GCW para mas ma-increase ang knowledge mo as part of the GFPS, and of course, to capacitate everyone. Kasi alam naman po natin na we all want to achieve gender equality and women empowerment wherever we are, even in our respective agencies. Kaya naman, tanong ko ngayon, handa ka na ba? Nako, hindi ko kayo maririnig kaya pa-chat po sa ating chat box na I am ready para makita ko kung talaga nga bang ready na kayo. Sige nga, ayan, ang galing naman. Nakita ko si Patricia, nakita ko si Rachela, si Katrina, and ayan, marami pa. Sige, keep it coming kasi alam ko na pag ready na ang lahat, pwede na tayong magpatuloy. And there you have it. I will be presenting to you din pala the objectives of this activity. Kaya ihanda nyo din ang inyong mga sarili kasi ang objectives na to ay simple hindi para sa amin, para sa inyo din to. So i-gauge nyo yung mga sarili nyo if at the end of the day, na-meet ba ito. So ano nga ba ang ating mga objectives for this activity? First is of course, to gain a common understanding ng GAD agenda because this will be the basis of your agency's long-term plan for implementing gender mainstreaming efforts. Second is, of course, to level off everyone on the formulation and operationalization of the parts of the GAD agenda, which are the GAD strategic framework and GAD strategic plan. And lastly, it is also to demonstrate to you the process of formulating the GAD agenda through the sharing of practices of our select agency sharer. And of course, para alam lang din po ng lahat, our webinar started at 8:50 in the morning, and of course, it will end by 5 in the afternoon. And we will have a lot of our, ayun, mga galing yung mga resource persons natin, yung mga bigatin, ayan. And we also have our agency sharer later on. You will get to know them more as we have this webinar. And after the sessions, we'll be having open forum where your questions will be, some of your questions will be answered live. Kaya naman, pa-type na sa Q&A box ng mga questions nyo para mas masaya ang ating open forum. I believe din po kasi na mas natututo tayo kung nagtatanong. And of course, after everything, we'll be having our short synthesis. And alam ko naman na gustong-gusto na tayong magsimula. Kaya naman, we will be formally welcomed in this webinar by our very own, the ever-supportive, and of course, the passionate Executive Director of the Philippine Commission on Women. Let us all welcome Attorney Christine Rosary E. Yuzon Chavez. Okay.
Hi, Frances. Thank you very much for that very warm welcome.
Thank you,
So
Edie.
anyway, good morning sa ating mga participants. I want to start by saying that we have to begin with the end in mind. This is stated in the book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, authored by Dr. Stephen Covey. According to him, this habit helps us define our plan and will clarify the measures of our success. Like any individual who envisions achieving a dream through imagination or illustration, this may also be applied in achieving our organization goals. When we strategically set our organizational vision and mission to contribute to women empowerment and gender equality, we are geared for success in our gender mainstreaming in our respective agencies. Thus, to attain true empowerment and equality, let us begin with the end in mind. Our GAD webinar entitled The GAD Agenda, a Strategic Beginning Towards a Gender-Responsive Agency is all about creating a blueprint for our agencies to take part in the advancement of women's rights towards women empowerment and gender equality. Today's webinar aims to provide a common understanding of the GAD agenda as the basis of an agency's long-term plan for implementing gender mainstreaming efforts to level off the participants on the formulation and operationalization of the parts of the GAD agenda, which are the GAD strategic framework and GAD strategic plan. And of course, to share with all the participants some best practices, challenges, and lessons learned by some agencies in their process of formulating their very own GAD agenda. To achieve these learning objectives, we have 4 sessions. The first is an overview of the GAD agenda. It will highlight the importance of the GAD agenda and its relevance to the GAD planning and budgeting process. The second session, the GAD strategic framework, will discuss steps 2 to 5 of the GAD agenda formulation. The session will show how environmental scanning or gender-based analysis will be conducted to inform strategic planning on GAD, as well as review and prioritize gender issues that will be addressed over the 6-year time frame of the GAD agenda. It will also demonstrate the formulation of the GAD vision, the mission and goal statements, in the prioritization of the gender issues and GAD mandates in relation to the GAD goals. The third session on GAD strategic plan will discuss steps 6 to 7 of formulating the GAD agenda. It will guide the participants on how to formulate the GAD outcomes or the result statements, as well as the indicators that will be used to measure their attainment. The session will also guide the participant in coming up with GAD-related outcome indicators and targets, as well as translate the GAD outcomes into several programs, activities, and projects over the time frame of the GAD agenda. Finally, Session 4, the agency sharing, will feature sharers from invited agencies to share good practices, past challenges, and lessons learned in creating and implementing their GAD agenda, from which the participants can learn from. We hope that this whole day webinar will impress upon everyone the value of preparing the GAD agenda, as this will make a huge difference in the lives of every woman, man, girl, or boy, and people of diverse SOGI. Again, let us always remember to begin strategically with the end in mind. Let us set our GAD agenda to achieve women empowerment and gender equality. Good luck po sa inyong lahat, and we wish you all a happy learning environment from this morning until this afternoon. I'm going back to you, Frances. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ED Cray, and thank you for always for the setting with us kung ano nga ba yung dapat naming disposition ngayong araw na to. It is simply to start strategically with the end in mind. And kaya naman po, before si ED Cray po ay umalis naman, let's have a quick photo opportunity po. Lahat po ng panelists natin, kindly open your camera so we could have a quick photo opportunity with ED Cray. And don't worry po sa ating participants kasi mamayang hapon, you will also have your chance. Yan. Sino po yung mag-ano? Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you so much, ED. And to our participants, tandaan din po natin yung sinabi ni ED Cray kasi mahalaga po na talagang meron tayong siniset na disposition this very day para naman din guided yung ating learning experience for today's webinar. And bago po tayo magpatuloy sa ating first session, naaalala nyo ba yung TNA and pretest result na sinagutan nyo? Yung know little about it, yung I don't know about it, yung mga ganun, tsaka hindi mo maitama yung yung tamang sagot. Excited na ba kayo malaman yung results nun? Kasi yung iba sa inyo, after ng registration, parang, ay, nakakasad naman na hindi ko alam yung mga bagay-bagay na to. Kaya wag kang mag-alala kasi ngayon malalaman mo na hindi ka nag-iisa. Ayan, yun lang naman yung gauge natin doon na hindi lang ikaw ang wala pang gaanong alam sa GAD agenda. At para malaman nyo kung bakit ko nasabi yon, I will be calling my colleague, my co-GAD specialist from TSRCD, Miss Jillian M. Cortez, to present the TNA and pretest results. Jill?
Thank you for that, Frances. So, good morning sa lahat. Ako si Julian Cortez. Ako magpapakita ngayon ng mga resulta ng TNA at pretest results namin. Let me share my screen first. So yun. Sige. So good morning everyone. Can you see my presentation? Is it clear?
Full screen na lang.
Full screen, sige.
Thank you.
So good morning everyone. So ako po si Jillian. So today I'm going to discuss about the TNA and the pre-test results for those who have registered for our GAD webinar 7 on the GAD agenda. Sige. So first, let's talk about the profile of our registrants. So most of our registrants are female with 694 out of 887 who registered for our GAD webinar, while less than 200 are male. So most are also located in Luzon with 76%. And then finally, quite a number of our participants today are 18 to 30 years old. So next. Then if we're going to talk about the institutional affiliations of our registrants today, most of our participants are present today are from the government, with 13 only who come from the private sector. So to specify the affiliations of our civil servants present today, 637 come from the executive departments and agencies, while 169 are from the state universities and institutions. So only one comes from the Constitutional Commission, and only one also comes from the judiciary branch. We see then our representatives from the LGUs, hello, na 66 ang present ngayon. So next. So we can also see that in our registrants here also are also members of their agency's GAD focal point system, with 591 out of the 887 na registrants. So many have been a member for less than a year, while there is also a close figure to those who have been members for 1 to 5 years. And syempre, marami na registered ngayon ay miyembro ng technical working group ng kanilang GAD focal point with 307, followed by members of their secretariat na 184, and then next is Execom with 58, and then last, yung mga members yung mga chair ay 42 na present ngayon. So when we ask our participants if they have attended any GAD agenda training, we see a close figure here with 43 who said 43% who have never attended any training prior to today, while 371 or 42% said they have attended at least 1 or 2 trainings. So definitely next. We also asked if the registrants of their agencies have a GAD agenda, and a little over half of the total registrants today, with 52%, said na meron and approved pa siya. While 213 or 26% of our registrants say that they have a GAD agenda, but it is still in the draft stages pa. So the rest said they had none or aren't sure yet.
Thank you so much, Jill, for presenting the results of our TNA and pre-test. Yung iba dyan sa inyo, nakahinga ka ba ng maluwag? Sabi ko sa inyo hindi kayo nag-iisa. Mga nasa 435 yung mga knows a little. But nakakatuwa naman din po na almost like 500 plus naman yung nakakakuha ng mga tamang sagot, except lang po doon sa time frame ni GAD Agenda. Kaya naman, bibigyan din po tayo ng overview ng PCW revised guidelines on the GAD agenda formulation. And of course, we will also show you the templates of the GAD strategic framework, GAD strategic plan, GAD agenda progress report, and GAD agenda end term report. Pero yung mas detailed na discussion nito is maririnig nyo later on sa ating sessions 2 and 3. And of course, to help us understand all of these things, we will be joined by a passionate and excellent GAD advocate. Alam nyo, isinapuso na siya talaga ang gender and development. She finished her bachelor's degree in public administration from the University of the Philippines, National College of Public Administration and Governance. She has a Master of Social Change and Development with distinction degree from the University of Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia, major in organizational management and leadership. She also served as local and international expert or resource person on gender and development mainstreaming, gender analysis, and of course, GAD planning and budgeting. My dear co-advocates, let us all welcome Miss Nharleen Santos-Millar. Miss Nar?
Thank you, Frances. Good morning to everyone. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. At
Good morning.
thank you for the introduction. I hope everyone is ready. My session this morning will just simply talk about a brief introduction about the topic, no? Kasi the details of the parts of the GAD agenda will be discussed by our equally passionate and excellent resource persons, which we invited from our National GAD Resource Pool. So I hope everyone is ready. Let me begin. So the session 1 is the overview of the GAD agenda. So my session will cover 4 main parts: the overview, policy guidelines, parts of the GAD agenda, and the linking of the GAD agenda to GAD planning and budgeting, and to the achievement of women's empowerment and gender equality. So ayan, no, most of you siguro. So this was already part of the pre-test that you answered, no, in when you registered. So, but of course, I would like everyone to please participate again in this poll question. The question is, does your agency have a GAD agenda? So do you have 3 options? Yes, no, or being drafted. So maybe yung mga, para ma-recall lang natin kung meron ba tayo. So please answer the poll.
Meron na tayong nagsasagot, Miss Nars. Nasa 61%, 62% na po ngayon. Yan. Mga 300 plus na po yung sumasagot. Some of
Sa
them
kayo
answered
dito sino
yes.
sasagot, Francis? Wag sa Q&A ha, wag
Apo,
din sa
sa
chat
poll.
box.
Sa poll feature.
Yan. Okay, so paabutin natin ng mga 65%. Okay, keep it coming.
63 na.
Okay, siguro
Yes,
Francis and tech team, we can stop the poll.
Okay po.
And show the results. So according to the participants that we have here with us, about 680 of you na ang nag-participate ay around ilan ba? 433, no? Around 61%, Francis, said that they have a GAD agenda.
Yes, Miss Narls.
And 21% no, 18% being drafted. So mukhang okay itong data natin kasi at least no, more than half of those who responded already said that they have a GAD agenda. So for you, this is going to be sort of a review, no, to check whether yung GAD agenda nyo kung patapos na, paano nyo i-enhance yung bagong term base, or yung namang nagda-draft pa lang or hindi pa nagda-draft, this would be a good opportunity for you to learn on how to craft your GAD agenda. All right, thank you very much for the participation of everyone. So ano ba yung GAD agenda? Okay, according to the policy issuance of PCW, GAD agenda is the agency's strategic framework and plan on gender mainstreaming to achieve women's empowerment and gender equality. So if we listen to the opening message of our executive director, the end goal of crafting of the GAD agenda is to make sure that the agency is contributing to the achievement of women's empowerment and gender equality, while we are making sure that the strategy called gender mainstreaming is being adopted as well in our agency. So when we talk about the GAD agenda, strategic siya. Ibig sabihin, kaya ang process of creating this takes a long time and it's very procedural and process-oriented because we want to achieve a strategic result, no? So, ano ba ang basis ng pag-craft ng GAD agenda? So, sabi natin, the GAD agenda shall serve as a basis for the agencies like you to identify yung programs, activities, and projects that you should undertake, no, to achieve the goals of gender and development, the goals and outcomes related to GAD. The GAD agenda will also help you, your agency, to monitor and evaluate yung achievement ng inyong goal for GAD, no? So it will help you check whether you are really going into the direction that you wanted to go in terms of contributing to women's empowerment and gender equality. And another important aspect of the GAD agenda is that it should be prepared in a participatory and consultative process. And it should also consider the results of gender-based analysis. So ibig sabihin, hindi lang pala dalawang tao dapat ang in charge sa pag-develop ng GAD agenda kasi participatory daw siya at consultative. So when we talk about being participatory and consultative, yung proseso natin means we involve relevant stakeholders, we involve our client, we involve our beneficiaries. So the development of our GAD agenda should make sure that we consult those who are relevant to our agency, no? Especially our clients. And then it should be informed by a results of a gender-based analysis. So medyo matagal ang pag-prepare ng GAD agenda because we need to really go through the process of gender analysis. And one of our speakers, our first speaker on the GAD strategic framework, will talk about the steps in gender-based analysis and what should you consider in conducting gender-based analysis. According to the guidelines also issued by the PCW, the time frame of the GAD agenda is for 6 years. So kung magsisimula tayo this year ng preparation, ang ating GAD agenda would be for 2023, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 2029. Technically, kung meron tayo this year, mag-e-end yun sa 2028 para sa term ng isang administrasyon. Pero since for some of you who are still in the process of developing your GAD agenda, so ngayon yung start natin, so probably ang inclusion nun would start in 2023. But it's still up to you. No, you can start in 2022, pero since we are already in October now, medyo late na ng part ng 2022. So probably for those who will start their GAD agenda, you will cover 2023 to 2029. Okay, so who are the target users of the GAD agenda guidelines developed by the PCW? Of course, our clients, no, the national government agencies, attached agencies and bureaus, state universities and colleges, government-owned and controlled corporations. The legislative and judicial branch may also use the GAD agenda guidelines. Our local water districts, who are majority, are also here. No, constitutional commissions and other executive offices may also use the GAD agenda guidelines, and they're also supposed to develop their own GAD agenda. Now, for the local, medyo naka-hide po yung local government units, no? While according to JMC 2013-1 issued by PCW, DILG, DBM, and NEDA, which is the guidelines for the localization of the Magna Carta of Women, local government units are also supposed to develop their GAD agenda. However, yung guidelines na ginawa ng PCW ay hindi naka-tailor fit sa kanila. But in the meantime, that there is still no guidelines for the LGUs, our local government units in attendance now may also use the guidelines developed by PCW. But wag po kayo mag-alala because we are working with the DILG to come up with a specific tailor-fitted guidelines for the LGU. Pero palagi po namin hindi naman ito nalalayo sa guidelines na ginawa ng PCW for national government agencies. So, please feel free to proceed with the development of the GAD agenda at the LGU levels. For the private sectors and CSOs, of course, hindi talaga sila targeted, no? Kasi according to the policy, the Magna Carta of Women Institutional Mechanism, that is Chapter 6, yung mga government instrumentalities, yung mandated talagang gumawa ng GAD agenda. Pero it should not stop you also if you want a GAD agenda because you are also a state party din kayo ng mag-i-implement ng batas kasi batas ng Pilipinas yan and you are part of the country, pwede rin naman kayong gumawa. Pero of course, hindi ito mandatory at your level. So yun po, ang overview ng GAD agenda. Now, ano yung mga policy guidelines ng pag-formulate ng GAD agenda? The initial policy that introduced or mentioned the formulation of the GAD agenda is our PCW NEDA DBM Joint Circular 2012-01 or the guidelines in the preparation of guidelines on, mali ito ha, hindi ito 2013-1, it's supposed to be 2012, dalawa pala sila. Yung 2012-1 is the guidelines for the preparation of the annual GAD plans and budgets and accomplishment reports to implement the Magna Carta of Women. So these are for the government agencies. For the local government units, ito pong isa, yung Joint Memo Circular 2013-1, issued by the PCW, DILG, DBM, and NEDA, or the guidelines on the localization of the Magna Carta of Women. Yung parehong guidelines po na ito mention that in terms of the preparation of the GAD plan, no, the first step in the formulation of the GAD plan, agencies and LGUs should set the GAD agenda. This will enable you to identify priority gender issues based on analysis of information and situation, and of course, aligned with your mandate. No? The GAD agenda shall be the basis for the annual formulation of the programs, projects, and activities to be included in the annual GAD plan and budget. So basically, inisip talaga namin na para hindi na mahirapan yung mga agencies and LGU sa pag-prepare ng annual GAD plans and budget, dapat meron silang 6-year strategic plan, which we call the GAD agenda. Ibig sabihin nun, napag-isipan na nila in one planning formulation process, ano yung ita-target nila in the next 6 years at ano yung magiging results ng implementation nila ng GAD PAPs after the 6 years. So meron long-term goal, no? Meron na silang long-term or medium-term goal na isa-set para hindi sila isip na isip annually, ano ba yung gagawin namin? Okay? And then of course, the PCW issued a circular. Bali po itong PCW Memo Circular 2018-4, this is already a revision of the guidelines on the preparation of the GAD agenda na inisyu namin early on. So the guidelines will help the agencies. These guidelines provide the step-by-step guide for the government agencies to aid you in the preparation of the GAD agenda. So ito po ang ating pag-uusapan ngayong araw na ito, no? Yung steps na nilagay na dito sa PCW Memo Circular 2018-4. So para din naman mag-guide ang agencies sa pag-prepare ng GAD agenda, merong mga guiding documents na minention yung policy, no? So una dito itong ating Magna Carta of Women. These are the Magna Carta of Women contains 3 major parts: the rights of women, the rights of marginalized women, and the institutional mechanism. So yung institutional mechanisms, that's chapter 6 of the Magna Carta of Women. Section 37 says that the government should adopt gender mainstreaming as a strategy to implement the law. At under those are different institutional mechanisms, one of which is the preparation of the GAD plan and budget, and the cost of which shall be at least 5%. So ito yung annual na ginagawa ninyo at sinasubmit ninyo sa PCW. At ini-implement nyo naman, of course, in your respective agencies. But then, sabi nga natin, nag-issue naman yung PCW, NEDA at DBM ng implementing guidelines para dito sa GAD planning and budgeting. At nakalagay nga dito sa section 5 ng guidelines na ito ang pag-prepare ng GAD agenda. So ito yung mga guiding documents na pwede nating magamit sa pag-prepare ng ating GAD agenda. Of course, saan natin kukunin yung mga gender issues? Saan natin kukunin yung mga mandates natin na pwede nating ilagay sa GAD agenda? Maraming mga agencies nagtatanong sa PCW, pwede bang magbigay na lang kayo ng shopping list of gender issues and GAD programs that we can implement? While of course, we encourage you to conduct gender-based analysis para mas alam natin kung ano talaga yung gender issue na i-address ninyo. Meron naman tayong mga term-based plans, na pwedeng pagkunan ng mga gender issues at GAD strategies, or GAD programs, projects, and activities na pwede nyo ma-consider sa inyong mga respective agencies. But remember, yung ilalagay yung gender issue at saka GAD PAP should be aligned with your mandates. Hindi kayo pwedeng maglagay doon ang hindi nyo naman mandato. Kahit nakalagay yan sa mga term-based plans natin. So meron po tayo Philippine Plan for Gender Responsive Development or the PPGD na nagawa natin since 1995 up to 2025. So this is a 30-year long-term plan to achieve to implement the Beijing Platform for Action and to achieve gender equality and women's empowerment. Tapos yung PCW po ay nagke-create ng mga tinatawag natin na 6-year term plan. So meron tayong JEWE plan, Women's Edge Plan pala yung nakaraan, that's 2013 to 2016. And then we have the latest, which is the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Plan 2019 to 2025. So ito medyo sinagad na namin sa pagtatapos ng PPGD. So ito po ang bago nating plano, no? Itong ating most recent plan for women or plan to achieve women's empowerment and gender equality. Ito pong GEWE plan. So please, we implore you to please read the GEWE plan, use that as a reference in preparing your GAD agenda. Other mandates, no, that we have that you can use as basis, no, for identifying gender issues and priority programs and projects would be our ambition natin 2040. Of course, palagi natin ina-align ang ating mga plano sa ambisyon ng ating gobyerno, and of course our Philippine Development Plan na ngayon ay tapos na, at ang NEDA ay currently gumagawa ng bagong plano, bagong Philippine Development Plan para sa termino ng ating bagong presidente, no? Then we also have our CIDO, the UN CIDO, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Dito naman, ito yung International Bill of Rights of Women that contains yung mga dapat i-administer or yung mga rights ng mga kababaihan na dapat i-implement sa mga state parties. And of course, yung parang paro-paro na yan yung Beijing Platform for Action na mention dun sa video na pasa noong 1995 that contains the 12 areas of concerns na pwede nyo ring pagkunan ng mga sectoral issues ng inyong sektor. So nandyan ang women in poverty, women in health, violence against women, women in education, women in armed conflict, women in the economy, political participation and decision making, institutional mechanism, women's human rights, women in the media, women in the environment, and of course, the girl child. So yan yung 12 areas of concern ng Beijing Platform for Action. So again, we request that you read this document. Bakit? Kasi nandito na yung mga issues related to this sectoral concerns of women. Hindi na kayo kailangang magpalalim pa ng gender analysis because these are already contained in this document. And of course, our Sustainable Development Goals. Hindi natin yan pwedeng kalimutan. Ano ba yung goal ng women dyan, ng gender equality? Pwede ko bang matanong sa chat box? Doon sa mga nakakaalam, alam nyo ba kung ano ang, excuse me, goals sa gender equality, sa Sustainable Development Goal? Anong number? There are 17 goals sa SDG. Anong goal yung women's empowerment and gender equality? Ayan, maraming salamat sa mga sumagot. Tama ang inyong sagot. Goal number 5. Ibig sabihin, you're aware of the SDGs, no? But of course, that's a standalone goal. Pero hindi natin pwedeng kalimutan yung strategy called gender mainstreaming, where we can also mainstream gender in other goals, di ba? Like poverty alleviation, like health, like international partnership, like the environment protection. So pwede rin namang may mga gender issues yan. Because as long as may tao, may gender issue. Tandaan nyo po yan. As long as there are people in different sectoral issues, there are potentially gender issues. We just have to analyze the differential situation of people in these areas. And there are other international commitments, so don't forget yung UNCRC or the Convention on the Rights of the Child, other UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So marami pa po na ibang conventions that could be potential sources of gender issues. Okay? So yan. So ito, this is an important policy framework that we want to show you because all of the guiding policies that I mentioned are contained in this rights. On my screen, it's the left side. So probably on your screen is also the left side. So these are our laws, no? Yung Magna Carta, women-related laws, PPGD, CEDAW, Beijing Platform for Action, Sustainable Development Goals, and then we have the Philippine Development Plan and sectoral plans, and the term-based plan on gender equality and women's empowerment are as sources, no? Guiding policies nga sila as sources of possible gaps, possible issues, possible GAD mandates that you can include in your GAD agenda. Okay? So pag gagawa kayo ng GAD agenda, balikan nyo itong mga guiding policies na ito because this contains already some issues and policy mandates that you can already include in your GAD agenda. So when you develop the GAD agenda, that could be the basis for the annual GAD plan and budget na sinasubmit ninyo sa PCW. And in the case of LGU, you submit to the DILG or to the higher LGUs for review and endorsement. And then yung annual GAD plan and budget, gumagawa kayo ng annual accomplishment reports. Tama? So yung annual accomplishment reports naman will contribute to the preparation of the GAD agenda, progress report, and end-term report. Kapag gumawa po tayo niyan, makikita natin yung overall monitoring and evaluation process natin, and we will be able to check whether we contribute to the achievement of our commitments. So babalik po yan dito sa first boxes. No, because whatever we are doing in the GAD agenda, in the GAD plan and budget, what we monitor should also contribute. Definitely, they should contribute to the achievement of our targets, which are our policies, our laws, our development plans, and our term-based plans. So you see this policy framework, pag inintindi natin ito, makikita natin na, yun pala ang reason why we need to develop our GAD agenda. Because at least we will be able to see that we contribute to the achievement of the women's empowerment and gender equality targets of our government. Okay? So that's the policy guidelines. Now let's go to the parts of the GAD agenda. The GAD agenda has two main parts, the GAD strategic framework, the GAD SF, and the GAD strategic plan. So meron siyang dalawang bahagi. Yung GAD strategic framework, which will be explained later on by our resource person in full details, contains the agency's GAD vision, GAD mission, and GAD goals. So meron siyang tatlong important na bahagi. Of course, ilalagay nyo dyan sa template na yan. So we develop a template for that. Yung pangalan ng ahensya nyo at yung mandato ng agency nyo. So saan nakukuha ang mandate ng agency nyo? Siyempre, dun sa batas that created the agency. Or it could also be included in the administrative code or in the constitution or in the GAA. So basta alam nyo dapat ang source ng mandate niyo. Ito yung mga batas na nag-create ng inyong ahensya. Tapos ano yung GAD vision? Siyempre ito yung long-term vision niyo on achieving women's empowerment and gender equality, which should be aligned to your agency mandate. Kaya nakasulat ang mandato dyan. Now ano yung mission? Okay, ang mission of course, again, this is aligned with the reason for being of the agency, but this will be your mission in terms of achieving your goal. No, your GAD vision rather. And then yung GAD goals, these are the key result areas, no, that will help you reach your GAD vision and mission. Yung GAD goals nyo, dito nakapaloob yung mga gender issues na a-addressan ng agencies nyo in the next 6 years. So this is the GAD strategic framework. Now, the GAD strategic plan, this is the template for the GAD strategic plan. Ito naman, kung nag-identify kayo ng 4 na GAD goals sa inyong GAD strategic framework, bawat isang goal, gagawa nyo ng GAD strategic plan. Because the GAD strategic plan will contain the critical programs, projects, and activities, the targets per year, per goal. No? So, kung may 4 kayong goal, meron kayong 4 na GAD strategic plan. So, it will, ang template nito, you will mention the GAD goal number 1. Kunyari, balance employment in the energy sector. This is an example of the Department of Energy. Then, ililista nyo yung mga gender issue related to the goal. And then you will state your GAD result statement or the GAD outcome related to the issue. Then, ano yung mga indicators relevant to the issue? What is the baseline information of the agency, of the sector? Sino yung responsible office that will implement? And then you will target. You will include your annual target for the next 6 years, your expected programs or your proposed programs, projects, and activities, and of course, the estimated budget for that year. So pag nakita nyo yung GAD strategic plan, parang ang laman niya, yung laman din ng nasa GAD plan. Okay? Kaya nga madali na siya. Kapag meron na kayong GAD agenda, madali na kayong gumawa ng inyong GAD plan. Kasi kunyari, nasa year 1 kayo, kung 2023 yung year 1, so yung 2023 targets niyo sa GAD strategic plan, yun yung ilalagay nyo sa GAD plan niyo for 2023. O diba? Ang dali lang. So ito yung nilagay na steps ng PCW's guidelines for the GAD agenda. Meron tayong 7 steps. So yung first and second, third, and fourth and fifth step, no? Organizing the planning team, conducting the gender-based analysis, setting agency GAD mission, vision and mission, formulating the GAD goals, and prioritizing the gender issues per goal is our steps for the preparation of the GAD strategic framework. Yan yung part 1 ng GAD agenda. Now, steps 6 and 7, the outlining the GAD outcomes, indicator, baseline data, targets per GAD goal, and the translation of the GAD outcomes into programs, projects, activities, and of course, the budget will be part of the GAD strategic plan. So the 7 steps should be undertaken to come up with the GAD agenda. So ito, meron lang ako ulit pa, Paul. So kapag may GAD agenda na kayo, no, sino mag-a-approve ng GAD agenda? Tech team, can we launch the poll? All right. So who will approve the GAD agenda na dinevelop ng GAD, ng planning team or ng GAD focal point system? Ang dali naman ang sagot. Ang option nyo lang, head of the agency, the chairperson of the GFPS, external consultant, or clients of the agency. Di ba, Frances? Parang
Yes, so dalawa
pwede
lang
na
yung
ito.
choices nila.
Unless yung GFPS chairperson nyo, siya din yung head of agency. Di ba? So options 1 and 2 are possible options, possible answers for this. Okay? So meron na tayong ilang percent, Franz?
81 to 82% po sa head of the agency yung sumagot. 17% naman sa GFPS chairperson, Ms. Narls.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we can probably end the poll at 60%. So a lot of you mentioned that whoever will approve the GAD agenda should be the head of the agency or the GFPS chairperson if the chairperson of the GFPS is the head of the agency. So tama po kayo sa inyong sagot. Pero meron pa rin sumagot na 4 at 2, no? Siguro ano lang to na nabigla sila nabigla sila sa pagsagot. So the correct answer is either A or B. The head of the agency or the GFPS chairperson if that is the head of the agency. Okay, maraming salamat for participating in the poll. Now, we go to the operationalization. Once you already have your agency already developed your GAD strategic framework and your GAD strategic plan, which comprises the GAD agenda, to operationalize that, you need the head of the agency should approve. No? The head of the agency shall approve the GAD agenda and shall issue a policy to ensure its implementation by the agency and its subunits. So kapag na-develop na ng team yung GAD agenda, dapat ipa-approve natin at magkaroon tayo ng policy issuance for that. Now, what else? The agency GAD focal point, no, shall ensure that the GAD agenda is disseminated to the agency's units, subunits such as bureaus, regional, or field offices. So ang ibig sabihin po nito, ang GAD agenda ay dapat centralized. Okay? Hindi pwedeng per region may GAD agenda. Dapat sa isang department, isa lang ang GAD agenda, pero dapat because the GAD agenda should be done in consultative and participatory process, kinoconsult nyo yung inyong mga regional offices. And they should be able to locate saan sa GAD agenda issues or goals magko-contribute yung region nila. So centralize ang ating GAD agenda preparation. Ay, hindi pala. Centralize ang ating GAD agenda pero the preparation should be consultative and participatory. Okay, the agency, now once you already have your GAD agenda for the next 6 years, may also adjust the content of the GAD agenda kasi meron niyang pwede kayo may progress report every 3 years and then end-term report. So pag sa progress report nyo in the next first 3 years of the implementation, merong emerging gender issue or emerging mandates na assign sa agency nyo, pwede nyong i-adjust ang inyong GAD agenda. Now, you can adjust the GAD goal, you can add additional goal, you can add additional gender issue, and then you prepare another strategic plan for that new goal. Okay? Or kung merong additional gender issue sa isang goal, dadagdagan nyo yon ng additional targets in terms of programs, projects, and activities. So how do we now monitor? So now that you have your GAD agenda, you already have the policy for that, you already implemented that. Paano naman siya minomonitor and ina-evaluate? According to the guidelines issued by PCW, there are reports that should be prepared by the agency, no? So meron tayong tinatawag na 3-year and end-term evaluation. So the GAD strategic framework and GAD strategic plan shall be reviewed, no? Shall be evaluated every 3 years para makita natin kung yung tinarget ba natin ay nagpo-progress as targeted. Kasi baka meron tayong mga hindi na nagagawa annually. So maganda talaga meron tayong mid-term monitoring at saka end-term monitoring. So a 3-year progress report shall reflect the results of the accomplishments based on the analysis of desired results and outcome as well as variances. So merong form ang PCW na nire-recommend for you to prepare your GAD agenda progress report. No, ito yung sample template niya. So meron siyang report per goal again. So nandyan ulit yung inyong GAD result statement, the indicators, the baseline, the target, period, actual accomplishment, the actual cost use, no, for programs. And then of course, meron ba kayong unintended results or variances? And what are your recommendations or proposed adjustments to the GAD agenda? Kung may nakita kayong, itong item na to hindi namin napagtuunan ng pansin, kailangan itong i-prioritize for the next 3 years, then you can do that in the last column. You can include your recommendations and proposed adjustments. Tapos, meron tayo tinatawag na end-term report, no? The end-term report shall reflect the overall assessment and implementation of the GAD agenda based on the goals and desired results and outcome. It will serve as a basis in the formulation of the new GAD agenda for the next planning period. So, kaya maganda meron din tayong apart from the annual accomplishment report natin sa GPB, gagawa tayo ng progress report ng GAD agenda at saka end-term report para makita naman natin kung nag-contribute tayo sa overall goal natin to achieve women's empowerment and gender equality. So ito yung proposed template para sa end-term report. So dito naman, instead of recommendations and adjustments, ang ilalagay natin sa last column ay ano yung mga challenges, tsaka yung mga lessons learned natin. So maganda rin, apart from a templated report like this, meron din kayong yung mga side stories, yung mga stories of people na nagkaroon ng impact yung GAD agenda ninyo. So pwede kayong may mga real stories on how the GAD agenda was able to impact on the lives of your beneficiaries. Hindi lang templated, pero maganda meron din kayong mga ganon, no? Yung the face of the implementation of your GAD agenda. Kasi minsan, kapag nakapako tayo sa template, puro mga lang tayo, numbers. Maganda rin meron tayong mga stories of people para mapapakita natin na na-affect pala ng ating interventions to achieve women's empowerment and gender equality, yung buhay ng ating mga beneficiaries. So maganda may mga stories tayo na ganun pag-prepare natin ng end-term report. So yan ang parte ng GAD agenda. So again, just to recall, meron tayong GAD strategic framework and GAD strategic plan na dapat i-adapt ng agency through the issuance of the head, and then it should be cascaded to the different functionaries of the agencies. Then it should be implemented annually through the preparation of GAD plan and budget. Then we monitor our GAD agenda through the preparation of a progress report. Sa midterm po yan, the first 3 years, and an end-term report after the next 3 years, which should be the basis for the planning of the next GAD agenda. Now, the last part is to link yung process na ito. Kasi sabi natin, yung title ng webinar natin is Towards Becoming a Gender Responsive Agency. So how do we become a gender responsive agency? Ito yung link ng mga pinaggagawa natin. No? So we begin the GAD agenda formulation with a very, very procedural gender-based analysis. We review our GM progress and problems and key issues that are faced by our agencies and by our clients. And then once we already have that, we prioritize these issues. We set our timeline to address the issue. So this is the preparation of the GAD agenda. We match the issues with strategies and set up targets, and we track the progress. And then we do that by preparing the annual GAD plan and budget. We validate our this is a way for us to validate whether the targets in the GAD agenda are done. And then we also share best practices to be able to say that we contribute to women's empowerment and gender equality. So ito ang line of sight ng ating pagiging gender responsive agencies. And a last note, the PCW developed a training guide on the formulation of the GAD agenda, which we launched last November 19, 2020, during the GAD webinar on the GAD agenda. This is a response to the clamor for technical assistance of different agencies on how to prepare the GAD agenda. So itong training guide operationalizes the GAD agenda policy, no, para makatulong sa mga trainers para magturo sa inyo kung paano ba i-prepare ang GAD agenda. And this was piloted with 14 agencies. I think this was piloted May of 2020. Tinulungan nila kami paano ba pa-improve yung training guide. And this training guide is available for download sa PCW website, www.pcw.gov.ph. So that ends my overview of the GAD agenda. Maraming salamat for listening to this presentation. Back to you, Frances.
Of GAD agenda. And ngayon naman is for our session 2, we will be simply working on the steps 1 to 5. It will all be about the GAD strategic framework. And to guide us on its very details, and of course, dito din na-mention na to ni Ms. Nars, na we will also be formulating the GAD vision, mission, and goal statements in relation to the GAD goals na gagawin din. And to guide us on this GAD strategic framework, our resource person is a gender equality advocate throughout her life. She is a career civil servant who rose from the ranks over the past 29 years in the Civil Service Commission. And more than half of those years, she spent in leadership positions, specifically being a director. Ayan. She completed her bachelor's degree on law and public administration at the University of the Philippines and her postgraduate certificate on corruption studies at the Hong Kong University. She finished the degree of Master's in Public Management at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore, and Harvard Kennedy School of Government in Cambridge, Massachusetts in August 2016 as a Lee Kuan Yew Fellow. As an accredited member of the Civil Service Pool of GAD Facilitators and the Philippine Commission on Women's National GAD Resource Pool Program, she has been tapped by many public and private sector organizations for their GAD capacity building activities. Kaya naman, let us all welcome, and it is our honor that we have her with us today. Let us welcome Director Nharleen Boots G. Gragasin.
Generous introduction. Kumusta po kayong lahat? Are you still with me? So it's 10:08. Do you have your coffee or tea with you? Sige. So this is session 2 and we will discuss, sabi nga kanina, in detail our strategic framework or GAD strategic framework, which is part 1 of our GAD agenda. So let's go over our learning objectives. So our modest objectives are threefold. The first one is, I hope that you'll be able to explain what is a GAD strategic framework and its salient features. And then you'll be able to discuss the steps 2 to 5 of formulating the GAD agenda based on the PCW's memorandum circular or revised guidelines for the preparation of the GAD agenda. And number 3, you should be able, we're hoping that you'll be able to have a working knowledge on how you can conduct your gender analysis so that the results of the gender analysis will inform strategic planning on gender and development. So with that, our presentation outline will be guided by this. What is a strategic framework on GAD? We'll go to what are its salient features, and then how do we do it or how is it done. So, ano ba ang GAD strategic framework? A basic theoretical structure for a practical idea. Anong halimbawa nito? The Philippine Constitution can or does provide the framework for government. Right? So ito yung nagsasabing this is how we should be able to run government. The basics, the fundamentals are found in the Constitution. That's the framework. Ito yung binabalik-balikan natin. Right? Kapag medyo na astray tayo, when we walk astray or naliligaw tayo, go back to the basic, to the fundamental, and that is the Constitution. When we work in, well, halos tayo dito, no? Nag-work sa government. Sabi ko nga palagi, we always say this in the CSC, one of the Bibles, one of the fundamental documents for a government employee is, for the behavior, is Republic Act 6713 that sets out the broad framework of how a government employee behaves. So that's a framework. That's what you follow. It might not be able to give you the nitty-gritty or the details, but that provides a very broad framework of how a public official or employee should behave. Okay, so moving to GAD strategic framework, the GAD framework is a basic GAD strategic framework. Siya yung basic theoretical structure underlying gender and development mainstreaming in an organization. Bakit? Why is it the basic theoretical structure? Kasi it provides the heart. Baka sabihin nila, nako, very philosophical. For strategic, a heart for, or the strategic direction setting. It's a critical part of GAD agenda, itong strategic framework. Sabi ko nga, balik-balikan mo to. Right? And the information from your SWOT analysis, your understanding of what ought to happen in the future. Hindi naman natin alam, no? But it's just somehow predicting future trends. All of this guide the agenda, the agency to formulate the framework. And the framework consists of the following. So ito na, let's go into item number 2 of this session. The agency mandate. Okay. So the agency mandate, of course, for government agencies, lalo na yung mga GOCCs, GFIs, that have their specific laws that create those agencies, those enabling acts provide the agency mandates. For other government agencies like the executive branch, the departments, these are found, the agency mandates are found in EO 292 or Revised Administrative Code of 1987 and other pieces of legislations specifically mandating the creation of a particular agency or an executive order issued by the president is also a source of the agency mandate. Okay? For instance, in the case of the civil service, ang mandato namin comes from the 1987 Constitution and also Republic Act, EO 292 or Revised Admin Code of 1987 that both say we are the central personnel agency of the government. So para very role-based, no, na kami ang central HR ng buong gobyerno. So in a sense, mai-imagine mo what are the roles entailed as an HR of the entire bureaucracy. Kayo, ano ang inyong mandato? So you put it here. So that's one of the salient features of a strategic framework. So bakit inilalagay yan? Sabi nga ni Nharleen kanina, lahat ng gagawin natin when we do GAD planning and budgeting in all our operations, kailangan ay along the mandates of the agency. Palagi yan nababanggit in GAD planning and budgeting, katulad ni Ms. Nicolas, no, nasa field of ICT. Alright? So dapat along the mandates, like if you're in the ICT, you do it along the lines of information and communications technology, along the lines of digital transformation. When you are working in the Department of Social Work and Development, you work along social work. Okay, so that's why it's very important to be clear about the agency mandate. And based on experience din, sometimes yung isinusulat sa GAD planning and budget natin, or GAD plan and budget, walang kinalaman sa core function of the agency. Okay? So very important, very key is to be clear about your agency mandate. I'm sure alam natin lahat yan. And so therefore, makikita rin natin yung mga mandato natin to do gender and development or gender equality and women's empowerment, not just from the enabling acts. As I mentioned, we use the Constitution, we use the Magna Carta of Women and other GAD laws and other enabling acts. What is the second? The second is GAD vision. Ano ba itong vision? Okay, so it defines the very purpose, the very essence of what an agency wants to do in the future. So in other words, a GAD vision, or a vision for that matter, is not cast on stone. Kasi nagbabago. So most of us here, many of us, or if not all, participate in visioning exercises. So we do visioning exercises after 5, 4, 6 years, right? After reaching a certain milestone or a base camp. And we take a further look into whether this vision is still relevant, timely pa ba? Halimbawa, what is the effect of pandemic? O ito yung mga unforeseen events into our GAD vision. Sumasagot pa ba ito sa mga ganun klase na situation? So a GAD vision gives us the purpose in terms of what we want to achieve in the future, but it's not cast on stone. But it's also something that should be able to resonate amongst the leaders and amongst the members of an agency. It's something that you have to be proud of. You have to be excited pag nakikita nyo yung vision ninyo. Kailangan sumisigaw sa inyo at it's something na helps you na magising at magtrabaho. Ganun ka-melodramatic ang vision. Kaya nga sabi nila, dapat yung vision talaga is a big, hairy, audacious, no? The vision. So tinitingnan dito is, the vision ought to move from anong current state natin in terms of what we're doing in gender and development to how we want to look at it, the way we do it in the future. So futuristic siya. Hindi siya yung ngayon lamang. So from the current, we move to the future state. In other words, it should be able to give us meaning. It should be able to shape and give direction to our goals. Mamaya itatouch natin tong goals. And later on, Director Mila will talk about objectives and activities associated with all these goals and objectives. So the next one would be GAD mission. So ano bang kaibahan ng GAD mission? So if the vision gives you the purpose, GAD mission informs us, no, about what you do specifically, at ito yung mandato talaga ng isang opisina, and who do you do it for? The who in what you do. Para kanino mo ba ginagawa? Yan, parang para kanino ka ba gumigising? Okay? Sa sino ang siniserve mo? It also provides somehow a snippet of your core values. Ito yung ipinapaliwanag mo sa members of your community, sa mga tao na this is what we do as an agency. So that's your mission. Ang CSC nga ay ang mission niya, hindi ko pa sabihin sa God, no? So, the mission ay gawing lingkod bayani ang bawat kawani. So, very, very catchy yung mission. So, in few words, it gives the essence of what we do and who we do it for. So, medyo parang napaka-philosophical. Okay, so the next is, so yung why gives you the why, yung vision gives you the why, and the mission gives you the what and for whom, para kanino. So the next is God goal. Ano ang God goal? Okay. Ang God goal ay statement din siya. That's your starting point for you to plan out your work. Ano ba yung gagawin? If klaro sa akin yung aking God mission, klaro sa akin yung God vision, then where is my starting point? Ano ang aking gagawin? But God goals, of course, they change. Hindi siya cast on stone. That's why mamaya papaliwanag natin na your God agenda, actually, na-mention ni Nharleen kanina, serve as your monitoring tool. It gives you an idea of where you want to go and where you are at present. So that's your God goal. So it's really more detailed compared to your mission. It defines what you seek to produce. Ano ba dapat ang iyong gagawin, ano yung makikita, ano yung outcome, at ano yung mga activity that needs to be accomplished. So that's for the God goals. And we'll discuss more about it in detail in a little while. So, alright. So this is actually the third one, but ito yung pinakamahaba in our discussion. So paano natin gagawin ang strategic framework? Nabanggit kanina ni Nharleen, the 7 steps to be able to do the God agenda. And the first 5 steps are actually the steps towards formulating the God framework. So, lakyan natin. Let's zoom. So, we start by organizing the planning team. And who are the members of the planning team? Nabanggit na rin to kanina, but just to emphasize, the head of the agency or the chair of the God focal point system. So there are some agencies whose chairs of the GFPS are the heads of the agency. So nagko-convert sa kanya yung responsibility to issue a memo or a directive for the God focal point system and some others to do a God agenda or God strategic framework. And then there are also representations. As mentioned earlier by Nharleen, the process ought to be consultative and participatory. Kailangan ay hindi ka nag-iisa dito. But mind you, there are a couple of agencies which started doing their God plan and budget, una God agenda, nag-iisa. It's really amazing story or amusing at that because napakahirap gumawa ng agenda with one person doing it. Okay, so kailangan po natin representation from various units. If you are doing it sa central office, you have to make sure, as mentioned earlier, to involve the regional offices or the field offices. If you have attached agencies, for the attached agencies to run their own God agenda and strategic framework, part of it, with the involvement of the members of their subunits. And also to be able to make representation from external God expertise. Sinasabi natin to because it's also good to have perspectives coming from outside na makakapag-share ng how things ought to be, especially in the area of God kung wala pang expertise yung ahensya. Pero kung meron naman din, we would be good and very pragmatic and practical to tap your own internal GAD experts. So we're done. Organize the planning team. There has to be, kasi mamaya babanggitin ko rin, but I want to stress it now. This is an iterative process. Sabihin, so difficult to do it in one sitting. So iterative because you have to reiterate or iterate the processes, as well as make sure that what you have done from step 1 will be enriched all throughout the processes or the stages. Okay. So hindi ito inuupuan ng isa lang or pag workshop done na. In my experience, some organizations would I would tell them to do a pre-work. Trabahuhin na, gawin na muna in the beginning and then reiterate it. You do a workshop. So pwede rin gumagawa rin sila ng mga survey questionnaires for the preparation. So after organizing your team, kailangan may schedule, including the schedule, not just the names of the people who will be involved. Then the next step, logical step, is to do gender analysis. And this is where many agencies find difficulty with. Para sa kanila, ito ay very technical. Yun yung major difficulty ng agencies. And hopefully, itong session to, no matter how short, will give you a working knowledge on how you will do it. Okay, so let's start by defining what is gender analysis. On your screen, it says it's systematic collection and examination. So you collect data, you collect information on gender gaps and social relations. So where do you get that? You get that from many sources, like take a look at your statistics, take a look at not just quantitative reports, but qualitative reports, evaluations, results of discussions, comments, reports from feedback, analysis of feedback from clients. So katulad sa CSC, we have on a quarterly, I think, basis, meron kami mga reports on feedback by a central unit, not just from yung mga process owner, but also the central unit will be reporting. So gamitin natin yung feedback. And the purpose is for us to be able to identify, understand, and address inequities and inequalities based on gender. So, and then number 2 is for us to be able to identify ano ba yung possible impact or actual impact niyan, itong development intervention or yung programa na o proseso or service that you delivered to your stakeholders, whether they are men, women, girls, and boys. Okay. And also to be able to understand, is there any differential effects in terms of their relationships in various spheres, in economics, social spheres, or political sphere. So that is gender analysis. Tinitingnan mo base sa datos, base sa interview, base sa report, kung meron nga bang pagkakaiba na epekto sa kanila base sa kung ano ang nakikita natin sa kanila, ano ang pananaw ng society sa kanila, at kung ano ang kanilang particular situation. Okay. At titingnan natin dito at the end of the day, aalamin natin, may issue ba? May problema ba? Ano nga ba ang nadudulat ng kung merong hindi sila nagsisimula on equal footing? May unequal status ba between men and women? Ano ba yung pagkakaiba nila? Ano ang roles or mga expectations nila? And we'll give a couple of examples in a little while. So that's basically the result of your gender analysis, to be able to come up and identify your gender issues. So bakit natin inilagay dito sa number 2 na to? Bakit at the end of the day, you want to have a listing of gender issues. Because all God plans, all God agenda will have to start with ano ang problema. Okay? We need to be able to identify and state what is the problem that ought to be addressed by the agency. Kaya nga halimbawa, sinabi niya, gusto ko mag-propose ng ganitong activity. You don't just say, hindi pwede yan. Kasi, just because you mentioned the women, kaya pwede yan kasi may women. Alright? So the question would be, for someone working on this already, the question would be, have you done gender analysis? Ano kaya yung gender issue dito? Okay. So mamaya sasabihin na tutulungan tayo ni Director Mila, kung ito yung gender issue, ito yung goal natin, ano ba yung best way to address this? Of course, mamaya yan sa susunod na session. Just to flag it to you. Okay. So how do you do gender analysis? There are 4 steps. Ang totoo, there are no best framework that is recommended. Ibig sabihin, there are many frameworks, and the frameworks that is best for you is the one that is best suited for your particular context. I would say na pwede naman natin i-contextualize at gamitin. I've done this also with other agencies, lalo na yung mga agencies na talagang nagsisimula sa wala pang kaalaman. So ang hirap magbigay ng mga framework na napakahirap intindihin. So you start by asking simple questions that will ferret out the gender issues. Okay, example, the first step would be, may pagka-technical yung title, no? Pero ibig lang sabihin yan, when you do an activity profile ay, magtatanong ka lang, ano ba? Sino ba ang gumagawa ng ano? Right? Halimbawa, sa isang household, yung usually activity profile, titingnan mo, pagising sa umaga, analyze mo sa isang araw, ano ang ginagawa ng mga kababaihan? Ano ang ginagawa ng mga kalalakihan? Sa opisina, who does a particular function? Okay, so that's activity profile. Dito mo, gaano karami oras ang ibinubuhos ng lalaki. So, profiling. Pangalawa, ang gagawin natin ay, so kung ito yung ginagawa, ano naman, o paano naman ikaw gagawa ng isang bagay na makikita mo kung ang babae o lalaki would have access or control. Okay, so you do an access and control profile by asking this question. Who has what and who benefits? Ibig sabihin, in a particular program, halimbawa, meron tayong programa na ilo-launch. So, sino ba ang nakakakuha ng serbisyo na yan? Halimbawa, yung mga vaccine. When we did vaccination program, you ask yourself, so, who can benefit from this program? Itong ini-launch na vaccination program ng isang local government unit. Okay, sino yung nakaka-benefit dito at sino talaga ang makakapagsabi na okay, siya talaga yung makakapag-decide kung paano niya gagamitin yung kanyang benefit. Marami po, kasi lalo na kung local government units, there are a lot of services na ibinibigay ang local government units. So lahat actually ng government agencies ay merong mga kanya-kanyang services that are provided. These are resources. The services are resources. The goods are resources. Technical assistance, that's a resource as well. So who can access that? Kunyari, sa Civil Service Commission, information or policy that we churn out, okay, on a yearly basis or a monthly basis or a regular basis, sino ang pwedeng maka-access niyan? Okay. Then we also ask ourselves, So what is the socioeconomic and political context? So we analyze. So if we have these kinds of services, and women can access or cannot access, bakit? Why can't they not access this? How are they limited or restricted? Or is there a limitation? Is there a restriction? Halimbawa, sa isang university, public, state university, merong serbisyo in the form of program or course. Kurso, halimbawa, ano ba ang bagong kurso? Nag-issue ng bagong kurso ang isang university, a state university on digital transformation. Okay. So, sino ang pwede? Sabi, it's open to all men and women. But actually, can all men and women benefit equally? Anong konteksto ng pag-access nila ng ganitong klaseng kurso? Pwede ba? Or meron bang requirements dito na, ay naku, parang hindi naman pala pwede ako agad dito. Kasi ang kurso ko ay hindi naman engineering, hindi naman computer, science. So how can I learn about digital transformation if it's just about, technology, computing, and I have not taken any of those courses. So in that context, parang yung titingnan mo pa further in terms of our education, sino ba ang more likely na kumukuha ng mga ganitong kurso? Are these courses skewed for the benefit of women, so traditionally, or men traditionally? So next, do a program cycle analysis? So titingnan natin, ano ba yung kailangan nitong mga kababaihan or mga kalalakihan in the design and implementation of the program? So in that particular example, you're offering a course on digital transformation. You're a university. Then when you're designing, you have to make sure that you identify na, okay, based on the course outline or curriculum, we don't probably need the computing, because if you do that based on our statistics, only the men or mostly men will be able to go into this course. Halimbawa, in-offer ito and with scholarships pa. May mga ganun, scholarships, hindi makakapasok ang mga kawimenan kasi ang kinukuha palang kurso nitong mga graduating students na to, high school in this particular area, mga education. But hindi mo nalagay na pwede yung education, or hindi mo ginawa sa programa mo na pwede naman na hindi education yung courses, kasi you just want to have an overview, a basic or fundamental knowledge on how to do digital transformation. So, right. So that's how we do gender analysis in a snippet. Let me give you another example. So, but there are two considerations. Paano ba yung roles and status of men, women, or will affect your PAPs or your programs or your projects, yung activities. Number two, will the anticipated results of your project, your activity, your policy affect females and males in a different way or different ways? Katulad nung nabagit ko example. Another example would be, let's say, you are an HR officer, or if not an HR officer, you're a member of the HR committee, and you were tasked by the head of the agency. Bago kasi, sabi, nung May, CSC recently issued a memorandum circular. It's a resolution muna nung May about your flexible work arrangements. And itong policy nito was actually a learning from what we had experienced in the pandemic, right? So anong task? Your task is to craft the internal guidelines. Ano bang mangyayari dito? So what do you do? So titingnan natin, how would this affect men and women? Internal guidelines. kung papipiliin tayo, kasi there are several work arrangements that are allowed under this memorandum circular. Pwede flexi place, pwede kang magtrabaho somewhere outside your office, pwede sa bahay, pwede sa satellite office, another fixed place, a temporary or temporary place. You can have a compressed work week. Yung 5 working days na 40 hours, pwede i-compress into 4. Pwede rin naman, skeletal, yung may maiiwan lang talaga. The others will not report. For agencies na kailangan 24-hour operation, sabi namin, sige, you're allowed, do a work shifting. Or pwede rin naman, if you want, let's be flexible in terms of your time, 7 to 4, 6 to 3, so depende sa inyo. And pwede rin combination. Now, this is where the interesting part is. Paano yung combination? So, will women and men have the same perspective on this? So, what you do when you do gender analysis, teka nga, mag-research nga tayo, do a desk review. Okay, meron kasi pag-aaral ang National Research Council of the Philippines on early stage of pandemic. Kasi most of us really were in the homes, right? And one of the findings of the NCRP was that women did not like work from home scheme. Okay? Bakit? Because of multiple burden. And the men really wanted the work from home. So, what I'm saying is if that is the context, and especially if that is the context availing for women and men in your agency, then would it be logical for you to just say, ano na lang tayo, lahat work from home, or kalahati work from home, or wag na lang mag-work from home, lahat na lang tayo 8 to 5, right? So, kung makikita nyo, there's a differential effect on men and women if you say something like that. Okay, so kailangan ma-contextualize. So, sabi ko nga ako personally, let work from home arrangement be a viable option. And you might want to say, when is it viable? Of course, kailangan viable siya when you're output oriented, or you produce output and you submit the output. And then it is available, pwede rin on a need basis, yung mga ganon. So it really depends on how it would impact men and women, kasi magkaiba talaga sila. Okay? Even in the Civil Service Commission, may mga ganon. Pero more and more people now are opting to do work from home or work from anywhere, WFA. Sige. So that's an example. So how you do your gender analysis, as mentioned, you do analysis of the SDD, Sex Segregated Database, a logical starting point. You take a look at the results of the application of the GMEF Hagadaga. Okay, you review your GAD mandates. May mga sumagot din dyan, and policies. So logical starting, lahat ito logical starting place. Review the GWARE plans and GAD-related indicators, and then consider all the issues and recommendations gathered from the consultations. So at the end of the day, when you have done all of this, or a few of this, or some of this, what you get is a list of gender issues. So for some agencies, they do like a laundry list. Ilista lang muna natin. Lisa, ano ba yung mga issues nito? And then as you formulate your issues, then you do later a prioritizing. So mamaya po natin yan gagawin. So let's do a sample. Let's do SDD, or sex disaggregated data. So when we say disaggregated, sex disaggregated data, it's disaggregating the numbers by sex, whether so number of males and females. So sa lahat po ng mga process owners dito na mayroong mga stakeholders na tao, so you can disaggregate. And how do you disaggregate? Siyempre, kailangan mag-collect po tayo. And yung mga tools ninyo, kung meron, kailangan the tools have to indicate them indicating kung male or female. or yung iba prefer not to say na kasi rin. So, then meron mga example, another sex disaggregated data or indicator on your screen is number of females in the third level of government. So itong third level of government are those posts in the career service whose appointments are made or issued by the president. So ito yung director, USEC, ASEC in the executive branch or mga departments. Mga ini-issuehan ng appointment ng presidente. So apologies for a very small representation here. But just to say that pag tinignan niyo po ito, this is the CES occupancy. Example po ito. Ito ay available sa Career Executive Service Board kasi they monitor movements in the third level. So dito makikita nyo ilan yung available na field CES post or Career Executive Service post. So ang nakalagay dito meron na 1,896. Ang mga kalalakihan na nag-o-occupy ng field position na to ay 1,081, which is actually 57%. At ang mga kababaihan occupy 43% of the positions or 815. Okay? So makita nyo, almost 70 yung mga lalaki. So more than 2/3 ay mga lalaki. On your screen below, that's the data for the Department of Agrarian Reform. Yung first line po doon. And for the Department of Agrarian Reform, 31% of the CES positions are occupied by females and 69% are occupied by males. So more than 2/3 ay mga lalaki sa Department of Agrarian Reform. In overall, pero this is pag tinignan ninyo overall in the executive branch, 57% mas malaki na ang mga occupied by females, by males, and mas malaki na yung mga sa kababaihan, 43. From 31, isang unit sa kabuuan is 43%. Why? It's because in some other departments, there's a huge number of women. Yung sinasabi natin na traditionally the domain of women, the SWD. So maraming mga kababaihan doon. And there are other departments na mas marami yung mga kababaihan. Kaya umangat siya. Pero kung halimbawa mga departments na traditionally the domain of men, mas marami katulad ng Department of Agrarian Reform, mas marami ang mga kalalakihan. So we will then assess, given our context na sabi under the Magna Carta of Women, we should endeavor to make sure that at the end, we will have a 50-50 ratio of men and women in the third level. So may 7% na lang bago mag 50-50. Pero then, you get to analyze, is it within the province to be able to say that, sige, dapat at a certain point, 50-50 tayo. Because under the existing doctrine of the Supreme Court, hindi natin madidictate because it is the appointing authority who has the wide latitude of discretion. Pwede ba natin talaga sabihin sa presidente, 50-50 dapat you have to make sure na ang mga tao sa departments ay 50-50 sa third level. Right? We are endeavoring. That's why tinitingnan natin, the way to get there, you have to set up certain policies on how to recruit, yung mga measures para hindi naman na ilalagay, yung sinasabi nila na hindi qualified. So, but titingnan natin doon, pag tinignan na natin statistics natin using the sex disaggregated data, titingnan mo na ngayon, mukhang hindi na problema yung overall number kasi malapit na 43, 57, konti na lang. So mukhang ang titingnan natin is specific departments na. Right? So that could be the point of intervention. So bakit? Halimbawa, go to the Department of Public Works and Highways, sobra dami yung sa third level ang mga lalaki. So that is now the way to go in terms of analyzing your data. Then the proposal would be, or take a look at whether there has to be a temporary special measures so that there could be more women in the Department of Public Works and Highways. Okay? O is it a question na dahil syempre matagal bago mag-retire yung mga tao doon at mga kalalakihan na napunta doon dahil mga inhinyero. So over the next 5 or 10 years, what ought to be the plan of the Department of Public Works and Highways? So gano'n na po yung magiging analysis natin at magiging programa using the census-aggregated data. Alright. So we're done with the SDD. Tingnan naman natin yung GMEF. So what is a GMEF? GMEF is Gender Mainstream Evaluation Framework. As mentioned earlier, sabi ko, GMEF is an organization assessment tool. This is what you use to determine how far you have gone in terms of your gender mainstreaming. Why is this a logical tool? Because if you know that medyo nag-start pa lang kayo, then you have to get it right by systematically addressing how to get there. Okay, so dito sa GMEF, there are actually 5 levels, no? Magsisimula tayo sa foundation hanggang sa aangat tayo sa pinaka mataas na replication and innovations. So that's how we did, that's yung maturity level natin in terms of ensuring that we have a gender responsive organization. So may itong tool na to ask several questions, and then when we ask those questions and then we answer, the answers merit particular points. So yung points na yun will be determinative of where we are. Yun na nga sa levels 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5. But apart from that, when you take a look at the questions or the statements where you give value judgments, sasabihin na meron ba kayong na-issue na policies to support the formation of GAD focal point or a networking group on GAD? So, pag sinabing wala, you get a 0 point. So, a logical place from analyzing what you need to do are the areas where you got the low scores or mga 0. So, and then, doon mo titingnan, so, kung 0 yung point mo, so ano yung issue roon? Okay, so this is an example. So this is the result of the GMEF report of CSC. And then hinalaw namin on the 4 entry points, merong 4 na papasukan mo dapat ng mainstreaming. Nakita na easier to do it via policy, via people, via enabling mechanisms or projects, activities, and programs. So, just to give you an example po, sa people dito, nakita namin yung second column, hindi lahat natitrain, hindi nakaka-attend ng 3 basic training programs. Hindi lahat bihasa o natuto na mag-gender analysis. Hindi lahat ng mga tao ay may orientation sa GAD, but these are actually results from way back. Walang mechanism to engage internal and external clients. Hindi klaro sa performance contracts kung ano talaga ang tatrabahuin nila on gender and development. So these are the issues that we called based on the GMEF assessment by answering the tool. Okay? So there are these are actually practically the list, our laundry list of gender issues. So the gender issues could be one is client focused issues, gender issues, and the other one would be organization focused. When we say client focused issues, these are really gaps arising from taking a look at whether there is an equal status between men and women amongst the stakeholders of your programs. Halimbawa, sabi ko nga kanina, kung ang stakeholder mo ay nasa tourism sector ay turista, sila ba ay nakakakuha ng tamang assistance or support from the Department of Tourism? bakit kaya yung mga lalaki ay mas nakakakuha ng resource? Example, that would be an issue. Then you have to analyze and find out why. So that would be whatever answer you get from there would be your client-focused gender issue. Example, in one case of an agency, the gender issue is that agency programs failed to consider the differential needs of male and female stakeholders. And you also ask, bakit? Kasi wala naman gender analysis na ginawa. Okay, so that is a gender issue in itself. Then another one, as I mentioned, is an organization-focused gender issue. So ano ba ito? Alam mo, we cannot give what we don't have. In other words, kung hindi natin kayang mapa-improve yung mga sarili natin to do, run, or integrate gender perspective, then it would be really hard for us to address the issues of our clients. That's why we want to be able to identify, is there any organization-focused gender issue? May mga gaps ba in terms of our capacity? Right? Malabo yung slides. Perhaps it's in the internet connection. Apologies for that. Okay. So anyway, you can get a copy. So organization-focused gender issues points to the gaps in the capacity of the organization to be able to integrate gender dimension in the programs, systems, and structure. Baka kasi rin wala siyang training. Halimbawa, hindi na i-integrate, that's a problem. Then you ask why, you do a root cause analysis. Bakit? Ay wala siguro training. Hindi marunong. Kaya hindi naman talaga sila na mamandatohan to do gender analysis. Hindi gumamit mismo ng tool. So that would be examples of org-focused gender issues. Right? So are you still good? So important reminders lang for all of us are the following. Use existing data. As mentioned earlier, do gender analysis with others. Don't do it alone. Okay, it's an iterative process. You don't do it in just one sitting. You work on it in iterative processes. Ulit-ulitin as you become the way you do it is more robust. Then you have to find out, GMF ba muna ang gagamitin ko or should start with Hagadaga, right? Then of course you have to use not gender neutral language, no? And then lastly, conduct your gender analysis, not just after but during, no, the implementation of programs, projects, and policies and activities. So that's just very important key for gender analysis. So let's go to isantabi muna natin yung gender analysis, and that would be used for step 5. Now, let's talk about our GAD vision and mission. May naaral ko yung mga GAD vision and mission ng mga ahensya. Nakita ko kung ano yung mga configurations, kung paano ginagawa yung engendering the vision. Right? So a vision really is what you really want for your organization to be like in, say, 10 years time, 5 years time. Kayo yung bahala. Ano? As I've said kanina, it gives meaning, it shapes, it provides direction for your organization's goals. Right? But kailangan ang very important dito, the GAD vision ought to be aligned with the organization vision. As mentioned by Nharleen kanina, yung gagawin nyo dapat sa GAD ay may kinalaman sa mandato mo. So it has to have an impact on the business outcomes of the organization. So how are visions configured by some of the agencies? So nakita ko tatlong configurations. The first one, very explicit yung all gender-focused, gender-related words are used. Meron namang iba naka-embed lang. Hindi siya, well, may obvious, but you can deduce yung gender words from the vision. And then yung iba naman accompanied by separate formulation kasi may assessment na parang nalusaw doon sa organization vision. So kailangan merong accompanying GAD vision na formulated. So tingnan natin some of the examples. And I'd like to request all of you to guess in the chat box kanino tong vision na to. So the vision is explicit, very explicit sa kanya. Ang longing for working towards gender equality and women empowerment. Kasi to be the premier policy-making oversight agency successfully influencing and development. So, wow, ang galing naman ninyo. Perfect, ang galing. Okay, lahat kayo bibigyan ng jacket ng PCW. So, tama po. So, this is PCW's vision. Okay? So, nakita nyo, very explicit, right? Why? Because the Philippine Commission on Women is the national women's machinery. Kaya ganun ka-obvious. Here, so, explicit siya and further expounded in the GAD vision. Kanino kaya ito? Tinanggal ko yung agency, may blank dito kasi ma-obvious naman. So, sabi niya, that agency should be globally competitive. Blank. O, sige, clue, department siya. Powering up Filipino communities through clean, efficient, robust, and sustainable energy systems that will create wealth, proper industries with emphasis on transform the lives of women. So explicit siya, di ba? And then the generations to come. Ang God vision na, further expound yung explicit wordings dito. Galing na naman. Men and women equally contribute to and benefit from an ideal state of greater energy access for inclusive growth. Ang galing ninyo. Bibigyan naman kayo ng jacket ng Department of Energy. So that's the Department of Energy's vision as well as God vision. Thank you. So ito naman po. So ito makita nyo, embedded siya. Naka-embed dito. We envision, naku, meron na sagot, nakalimutan kong tanggalin. Nauna. Okay. Towards this end, sabi niya, empowered and improved quality of life, world standard for delivery of coordinated social services. So, naka-embed siya, di ba? Merong vulnerable, may disadvantage. So, this is the SWD. Ayan. May obvious answer dyan. Alright. So ito, kanino kaya ito? Bibigyan naman kayo ng jacket ng ahensya nito. So sabi niya, yung kanyang vision as an organization, so accompanied, kasi hindi masyado obvious dito yung mga gender words, no? We envision a judicial institution that the Filipino people can rely on to uphold the highest forms of official conduct towards the attainment of graft-free. Okay, DOJ, PCGG, Sandigan Bayan. Okay. So, the answer is Sandigan Bayan at ang God vision niya ay ito. So, naging mas explicit siya, may separate formulation siya. Right? Ito naman po, it is again accompanied by separate formulation. So sabi nung ahensya nito, ang kanyang vision as an agency, by 2030 to be globally recognized as a center of excellence for strategic HR and OD. Aba, sumasagot sila, lahat. Titingnan ko nga kung meron ditong kakaibang sagot. So, okay. And then, so tama, CSC. Then the formulation is ng God vision. Sabi namin when we were reviewing, unlike before, during the time of Chair De Leon, very specific sabi gender responsive bureaucracy, may mga ganun. But this time, sabi na, mukhang kailangan natin accompanying formulation dito. It has to be this to become a leading gender responsive HR and OD institution. Right. So, vision really reflects, sorry for that. Apologies. So vision, let me go back, reflects your organization's projected direction. Yung God vision to attain women's, so palagi ito, magkakambal GWE, gender equality and women's empowerment. So it has to be aligned with the org vision. Okay. But you have to understand the God vision. You take a look at the people who are working. You're the GFPS, you have the organization, and we have to make sure when we understand where we want to go, is there a capacity to do? Capacity to do basically refers to the ability to be able to perform what it is that you set out to do. Kaya ba? May abilidad ba? Then also, you have to check capacity to be. Meron bang opportunities? Meron bang resources? Kasi one thing to be saying na kaya niya, pero kung wala naman opportunity, then it would be also difficult. Ano ba yung mga example? Halimbawa, we always say education is the best equalizer. So regardless kung ano yung mga pinagdaanan mo in the past, you can be better kung ikaw ay makapag-aral, right? Problema, sasabihin, sige, as mga babae, nakita natin na hindi pinapag-aral kasi hindi importante na sila ay mag-aral. O sige, bigyan natin ng education. Hey, DepEd says, the government says, here's the free school, free tuition fee. Ganda, di ba? Kakapasok. But the thing is, perhaps they have the capacity to do kasi meron na silang ina-allow sila, right? May ability na pwedeng pumasok. But then a portion of it says, is there enough opportunity or resource? Di libre na. So you do further assessment. Baka hindi lang free tuition fee rin. Baka we also need to make sure that they are able to go to school kasi meron silang pambayad sa kanilang pagkain. Kasi marami hindi pumapasok, may assessment, hindi pumapasok kasi walang pangkain, okay? Walang pamasahe. Okay, so that's one example. And so a lot more. So then we take a look at where's the gap and do the desired objectives or expected outputs. Just couple of suggestions, like you may use this to indicate gender inclusive growth, men, women. So may mga explicit dito na obviously men, women, women's empowerment, gender fair. So because you're using those words, pero meron din needs-based, rights-based. These are all very inclusive use. So when we evaluate how it looks in terms of vision, it has to be communicative of the why and not just the what or the how. Should be able to steer emotion, not cold, not plain logical, mga ganon. So it's concise at very long, memorable, actionable, and very specific. Now, I would like you to imagine, ano na itsura ng inyong vision, God vision? Does it evoke emotion? Can you remember it now? Right? So these are some points for you to evaluate. We'll work on our God mission. So sabi nga natin kanina, states the purpose or the raison d'etre of an organization when it comes to working towards gender equality and women's empowerment. So it articulates, ano ba yung purpose? So there are 4 essential questions for the God mission. What do we do? Kasi sabi namin, it answers the what and for whom. How do we do it? And whom do we do it for? And what values do we bring? Minsan embedded ang core values in the mission. Sometimes values are also explicitly stated. But we can go for the 3 items. What do we do? Your evaluation criteria could be, What do we do? How do we do it? Whom do we do it for? So I'll give you an example. Sa PCW's mission is like this. Create an enabling environment for government and other stakeholders to be more responsive in achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. So, si PCW, what does PCW do? Okay. It helps government and other stakeholders to be gender responsive. That's what it does. How does it do it? By creating an enabling environment. Among other things, kasi national machinery on women ang PCW, it provides policies on GWE. Right? Para kanino niya ginagawa? So para sa government, para sa stakeholders, but ultimately, para sa empowerment of all women and girls. Here's another example. This is our GAD mission, CCSC. So what do? We do HROD, we do HROD programs and systems in government. But how do we do it in terms of our GAD mission? We integrate and advocate gender equality principles. So may dalawa rito, no? We also ensure that civil servants are gender responsive. So para kanino? For one, it's dalawa stakeholders, for the civil servants and for the public. Doon sa nauna naman ay para sa gobyerno. We set out policies for government and members of the government who are civil servants. So, next. Mission naman ng Sandigan Bayan. What does the Sandigan Bayan do? Okay. Sandigan Bayan upholds constitutional precept of public office is a public trust. Okay. How do they do the GWE? Paano nila ina-accomplish? Through fair and effective administration of justice. Para kanino? For all. Okay. So that's how they do create the mission. Okay. So now, we'll go to the next step. So we're done with the GAD vision. We're done with the GAD mission. We now formulate GAD goals. And we said GAD goals are small, medium-term results that would bring the agency to its vision. So before we go to the vision, let's accomplish these goals so that we will bring ourselves nearer to our vision. Kasi ang mga vision pwede nakatime siya 10 years hence. So may mga milestone, and per milestone, you'd set up your GAD goals. So this translate actually your mission into concrete measurable terms. Okay? Sabi namin, ang Civil Service Commission should be the leading gender responsive HR and OD. Agad-agad. Okay? Sabi na hindi naman 2030, yun ang gusto namin. Pero how do we get to that 2030? So may mga measurement, merong mga GAD goals. So it answers where the CSC is heading. And it answers how we are going to get there. So these are actually broad statements. Naka-cluster siya. A GAD goal is clustered around common, may common denominator in terms of the gender issue. I'll show you an example in a little while. But they're more, they're higher objectives, no, in terms of a government or a GAD intervention. Okay. Sa amin to, sa Civil Service Commission, these are actually our GAD goals. We only have 3 GAD goals. The first one is institutionalized gender-sensitive HROD systems, because we said what we do HROD. Okay. Number 2, what we do, we develop people. So we want to develop competent and credible civil servants who are gender responsive. Hindi lang mag-stop sa competent and credible. Number 3, we establish sustainable, because you cannot do it alone. kaunti lang rin ang budget ng Civil Service Commission. So we need to foster cooperation and network outside of the CSC to promote a gender responsive organization or bureaucracy. So let's focus on goal 2. Sabi ko, these are clustered around a set of gender issues. You remember the list of gender issues I showed you earlier from our GMF. So when we did the GMF, we had this laundry list of issues which we categorized or classified according to the entry points. And we're looking at one entry point, which is the people, and that's where we got our clustered goal, the GAD goal, to develop competent and credible civil servants who are gender responsive. Kasi ang mga gender issues namin dyan, as mentioned kanina, ay hindi sila nakaka-attend ng training, they don't do gender analysis, walang performance, wala sa IPCR yung kanilang mga kontrata that they will do gender mainstreaming in their particular work assignments. So sabi namin, okay, our GAD goal is to be able to develop them. Dapat meron silang gender lens. So that's the GAD goal. Okay, based on the list of gender issues that we clustered. In other words, there are items here like policy. Itong policy actually fall under goal 1. Okay, so naka-cluster siya under goal 1. And ganun din, yung iba rito, yung PAP, may portions dito na naka-cluster sa goal 1 as well. Okay. So, ang evaluation parameters natin for our goals should be gender responsive siya. In other words, when we say gender responsive, we are able to address the different needs of men and women. Hindi lang tayo naka-focus to one sector. And there's equality oriented. Of course, before we even go to equality, we make sure that because not all of them, not all men and women start at equal footing, we make sure that we go for equity also. That's why one of the main agenda of the CSC is the gender equality, equity, diversity, and social inclusion, or GAD-C. So number 3 dapat, sorry, that's GAD goal, not vision. The GAD goal should be aware of social, economic differences in the lives of the target stakeholders. And how do you do that? It's actually doing your gender analysis. So that's how we will assess our GAD goal. It's not just smart, specific, measurable. Alam na natin to, responsive, relevant, and time-bound. But it has to also be, the GAD goal should also be great. Yeah, gender responsive, equity-oriented, aware of social and economic differences in the lives of target stakeholders. Okay, now let's go to the last one. So we have now formulated our GAD goals. And when we formulated our GAD goals, we went back to our list of gender issues that we came up with when we did our gender analysis from step 2. Now the last is, sabi natin, we have a lot of gender issues. I told you kanina, because of the GMF, because of the Hagadaga and all assessment of SDD, and dami, no? We came up with several lists of, we have several issues in one list. So how do we prioritize? So of course, there are many pragmatic tools that we use to prioritize. As a guidance, we need to prioritize this within a certain time frame of the agency, and also given the circumstances, resources, limitations of the agency. Okay. So we prioritize based on, number 1, based on the mandate. Okay. Saan manggagaling? Of course, from our enabling acts, from GAD-related laws, from the GUI plans, which we mentioned earlier. Okay, so what are the criteria? Ito yung, we use 3 criteria, but you could add more. These are just fundamental or basic criteria in prioritizing. It should be strategic. Why strategic? strategic because you have to make sure that given your limited resources or limited resources, you are able to do those that you set out to do along the lines of your mandate. Kaya strategic siya. Pag ginawa mo to, there will be ripple effects. Number 2 criterion is that it should be relevant. You have to do the issues, address the issues based on your mandate, especially under what is provided under the Magna Carta of Women. And then lastly, you have to look at it from the angle of urgency. Kailangan na ba to or pwedeng saglit lang muna? Because ang time frame naman natin would be about 6 years yung GAD agenda mo. And this will be explained further by Director Mila. But in terms of prioritizing your issues, these are few guidelines. So, I'll give you an example. For instance, meron ba din ng taga-TRB, Toll Regulatory Board? So one strategic goal would be to update or upgrade, improve toll facilities and services to make them gender responsive. Strategic because, and at the same time, relevant. Kasi it goes along the mandate of the TRB. Mandato niya to, wala namang iba. Mandato to ni TRB because siya ang in charge of toll service facilities. And it still also falls within the ambit of the strategic plan under the Philippine Development Plan, yung improved transport sector. So that's being strategic. Number 2, example to, Obando Water District sa mga local water district, relevant yung kanyang ginamit na GAD goal, sabi niya, educated community to prevent dengue outbreak. Kasi may pag-aaral na ang dengue ay nagsisimula rin sa madumi, unhygienic water. And therefore, one of the things that can be done in terms of setting out your purpose, in this case, sa mga water district, is to educate the community. Okay, so that's an example of a GAD goal. And then another one is urgency. Kailangan na ba? So this one is an example. Another example would be implementation of mga anti-COVID measures. So you prevent another outbreak. So that could be part of your urgency indicator. Okay, so in terms of tools, practical tools, said dapat pragmatic, and I have used all this, tatlo lang naman yung i-share ko ngayon na madali. We've used this in different sessions like sa presidential management staff, meron silang ginamit dito, our own organization made use of this, so some others also made use of this. One example is this priority matrix. So for some people who are really visual, maganda itong gamitin. So 4 quadrants lang ito in terms of the level of importance sa isang sa isang next, and the other one would be yung whether it's urgent or not. So of course, you do the first ones would be those that are most important and those who are most urgent. In fact, this is also something that you can use para sa pansarili natin, no, na buhay. Pag tayo ay maraming assignments, we can also use this in terms of prioritizing. So this is called priority matrix. Okay, may quadrant. Another one, apologies for that, which I've successfully used also, is putting here the gender issues on the first column and putting the criteria on the next 3 columns. We use strategic, relevant, urgent. So ito, sinuggest ito ni PCW. Then we rate or we give a scoring of 1 to 4. 1 being the lowest, and 4 being the highest in terms of very strategic, very relevant, very urgent. And based on the scoring, if you get, kasi 4 ang pinakamataas, from 3.5 to 4, that would be very high. And therefore, in terms of prioritizing, the very highs, the highs would be the ones that you ought to prioritize. Then, lastly, you can use this for the visual. Halimbawa sa workshop din, let's say there are a lot of issues. You can use the checking or the smiley face or the asterisk. So, pwede ito ilagay sa, kung very visual kayo, pwede online, you do it, or pwede rin sa Manila paper. It's one way of weeding out what needs to be put up first in your list of high priority or medium priority or low priority. Okay, so these are just some practical tools that really worked or have worked, right? So, what have we covered thus far? Okay, so this morning, Ms. Nharleen started with discussing the overview of GAD agenda. And for my session 2, I've covered formulating strategic framework, which is part of the GAD agenda, right? And we talked about salient features. We also talked about the 5 steps in formulating the GAD strategic framework. And also we covered the steps in doing gender analysis. So, at the end of the day, kunyari, kung finalo mo na ito, you will come up with this, sabi nga ni E.D. Cray, the end in mind for this session is a complete GAD strategic framework. And so this is how the CS's GAD strategic framework looks like. You have the agency, you have the mandate, you have the GAD vision, you have the GAD mission, and you have the GAD goals. Now, so what would be the next step is to take a look at steps 6 and 7, which will be discussed by Director Mila, I think after lunch na. So for now, I'd like to leave you with this kay Winston Churchill. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. Useful ito to remind us that when we do all of these things, sometimes you cannot get this in one sitting and sometimes we can fail. But this is just a temporary setback, and if we just be more committed and thinking that this is something that would help other people, our clients, our stakeholders, then we will have that courage to continue. So, Aja, now I turn this back over to our moderator.
Para tayo din masimula ng ating discussion for our session 3, 5/7 na po ang introduce sa atin ni Director Nharleen for the formulation of GAD agenda. And now for our session 3, we will go with the steps 6 to 7. And of course, dahil alam kong handa na kayo at nagising na, salamat Sulen sa ating pa-icebreaker. Our next session naman will simply focus on the GAD strategic plan. And of course, ang GAD strategic plan will allow us or will guide us on how to formulate the GAD outcomes or result statements as well as the indicators that will be used to measure its attainment. Kasi sabi ko nga, di ba, worthy i-pursue si GAD agenda kasi you have to measure kung nag-workout talaga. Kaya naman, dito sa session na to, i-guide tayo ng ating speaker kung paano siya gagawin. And of course, sabi ko nga, magagaling ang aming mga speakers. Kaya naman, ang susunod natin na speaker, she led an exemplary leadership in her government service. She is an independent worker after serving as the regional director in the National Economic and Development Authority or NEDA until her retirement in February 2021. She served NEDA Region 2 for 15 years and NEDA Cordillera Administrative Region for more than 16 years. Her performance was recognized in the past by the Civil Service Commission, which gave her the National Gawad Pag-asa Award for 2007. Within her agency, the NEDA Secretary recognized her as the most outstanding NEDA Regional Director in 2006 and 2004. In 2008, she was recognized by the Philippine Commission on Women with the Alagad Award for her exemplary leadership and steadfast support in advancing gender and development in the Cordillera and Administrative Region. Her professional development includes her earning a PhD development in 2002 from the Cagayan State University, where she received a medallion for outstanding research. She has finished her Master of Science in Management Engineering and Bachelor of Science in Industrial Engineering from the St. Louis University. My dear fellow advocates, let us give our warm welcome to Director Milagros Aro Rimando. Director Mila.
Yeah, thank you very much, Franz. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Sa ating mga participants, ang gagaling ninyo. I watched how you played the game, and I also watched how you answered the P-test questions this morning. Ang gagaling nyo. So, and nakita ko rin, marami pala akong kilala among the participants. So, good to be with you, even if it is virtual like this. So hapon na nga and I'm sure very fresh pa sa atin yung isinare ni Director Norin. So you remember that there were indeed 5 out of 7 that she was able to discuss this morning. So ngayong hapon naman, we will look at parang the other half, no? Or it's like the better half of the GAD strategic framework, and that is the GAD strategic plan. So parang being the better half, it's like the GAD strategic plan will complete the GAD strategic framework para to be one, they become the GAD agenda, di ba? So it's like that. And yeah, let me share a screen. And yes, itutuloy ko yung pagtatanong kanina ni Solen. I'll tell you a story, although some of you may have heard about it in the past. So it's about the father, a papa who had to take care of a daughter, and to keep the daughter busy, the man tore a page of a printed map of the world, a world map, from a magazine into pieces, and asked her to go to her room, and put them together to make the map again. So the daughter was very young, and he was pretty sure that she would take hours to get it done. However, the father was surprised when he saw the little one coming out of her room with a smile and the perfect map within a few minutes. The stunned man asked the daughter, "How did you do it?" Oh, yun po ang tanong ko ngayon. What happened in her room kaya? If you can just write in the chat box, and probably Franz, if you can help me get 3 or 4 or 5 guesses of what happened in the room.
Yes po, wala pang sumasagot.
Yeah.
Ay, na mayroong strategy. She has a
Somebody said
globe or
strategy.
map in her room. May picture daw po ng person. The mother was in the room.
The
Meron dito
mother.
may proper planning daw po, Director Mila.
Oh.
Nag-print
Okay.
daw po ng another copy ng map.
Print another copy.
Nag-Google daw po, ma'am.
Nag-Google. Okay.
She already knew the map.
She knew the map. Interesting.
Yes.
The papa did
The
not know, but
daughter
she
daw
knew.
looked at the back of the page and completed the image on the other side.
Okay. So we end it with that, Franz. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Maraming salamat sa mga nag-participate to discuss ano kaya yung nangyari. And I noted that some of you nag-assume kayo, ha? Like, sabi nyo, ewan ko, may picture. My picture probably in her room, there was a picture of that world map. Siguro, no? If it is her room, nandun yung kanyang study corner, and probably she knew pala about the world map, and the father did not know her enough, di ba? Busy nga kasi si Papa. Sabi ng isa, baka the mother was inside. O assumption din yon. The mama was there, o baka the yaya, o kaya the auntie, or the uncle was there. Supposing hindi kaya, what happened kaya in that room? Somebody said, nag-proper planning. Okay, pwede. But we don't know how old the daughter is, pero mukhang smart nga yung bata. May planning na yan, may strategic thinking na yan, may planning skill na siya. And somebody said nag-print ng another copy. Kung may kopya nga siya, if she had an e-copy that she could have printed. Pero paano kaya nangyari yon? One said, nag-Google siya. O smart nga kasi ang mga bata ngayon, lahat ng bata ngayon may gadget and they play with it so easily, right? And one said she knew the map. Akala ni Papa, nag-assume si Papa na the girl did not know about the map, kaya yung binigay niyang trabaho, hindi pala, mali siya. He was too busy, probably he did not know the daughter enough. And of course, the final answer was right, no? She actually looked at the page, at this other face of the page, at doon niya nakita yung nakatulong sa kanya. Ito yung sabi ng girl, Daddy, there is a woman's face on the other side of the paper. So when I made the face perfect, I got the map right. Sabi niya. So ganun nga pala, of course, even at a young age, she could have been exposed to magazines, right? So nakita niya, magazine to. At probably some of the pieces nakabaliktad. So nakita niya, there's something here. And she knew it was easier probably dahil nakita niya yung ilong, yung mata. She was more familiar with it. So she was able to make the map whole. See? So yung pala yung nangyari in that room, Ano kaya ang lesson natin dito? Well, very basic ang lesson doon. Aside from knowing the world map, the thing is, there are two sides of any page of a magazine or of anything. O, diba? And how do we apply it here in our strategic planning? There are two or more sides or perspectives that we have to consider when we do planning, especially when we do strategic planning. Yung sabi nga nila, yung multi-perspectivity, na in anything, in any concept, in any situation that you are looking in, there are different views that one has to consider for one to completely or to fully understand what the situation or what the concept is. So, maalala ko tuloy na in this morning, both Ma'am Nharleen and Ma'am Noreen actually expounded on, they emphasize about participation, getting from just one source. Kaya it's really important that we take into consideration different views. And therefore, sabi nga ni Ma'am Noreen, hindi lang dapat ikaw yung gumagawa ng plano, no? You have to involve people because involving more than one perspective, and the more the better, no? Mas nagiging rich ang laman ng planong yon. Okay? So sana yun ang gagawin natin, and we'll keep that in mind. As we will be discussing, sabi ko nga, the other part of the GAD agenda, the other half of the GAD strategic plan, and that the GAD strategic framework, and that is the GAD strategic plan or plans. You remember what Ma'am Nharleen said this morning? For every goal, you have a strategic plan, di ba? So kung 5 pala ang goals natin, 5 pala yung strategic plans natin, di ba? Okay. So our objective for this session 3 is actually to level off on the formulation of the GAD strategic plan, and secondly, the operationalization of the GAD agenda. So dalawa yung parts natin for this session, no? Formulation of the GAD strategic plan and operationalizing the GAD agenda. And there are more or less 3 parts, overview of the GAD strategic plan. And we will first try to connect it again to the GAD framework that Ma'am Noreen discussed this morning. And then what are the essential elements of the GAD strategic plan? And finally, of course, operationalizing, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating the GAD agenda. So when we talk of any plan or any strategic plan for that matter, we have to think important, we think of 2 things. First is we are formulating a plan, and secondly, we are working the plan, okay? So we formulate, we plan, and we are actually planning the strategy, but after that, it is important that we work the plan. Otherwise, of what use? Of what use will be the plan? Of what use is the GAD agenda if it is not properly or effectively implemented? Di po ba? And yes, parang i-review na rin natin because of course I heard that You recall na 5 nga yun, yung na-discuss natin kanina umaga. We organized the planning team to make sure na hindi nga isang tao yung gumagawa, and it has to be multidisciplinary para mas holistic yung dating ng output of the planning activity. So this team will conduct gender analysis. I also noted your responses to the poll na most of you, half of the group, have agencies that actually analyze SDD, and that's very good. That was very encouraging because I always thought that very few agencies produce sex disaggregated data. Some use gender analysis tools, yung Hagadaga, GMF, yung Moser framework, 24-hour activity, and so on. Na maganda rin yun, no? But I also noted that there were some who said others, and I think that referred to times that they had to conduct consultations with stakeholders, especially just so they would be able to surface gender issues. Kasi out of step 2, let's recall, gender issues are already identified, di ba? And then as a result of the GA, the agency is now able to formulate the GAD vision and mission. Ang gaganda ng mga examples ni Ma'am Noreen. And sana nakita nyo yung vision, nakita nyo yung vision na there was one example which was parang client-oriented, that of the DSWD yata yun, na it was actually referring to the client, the poor, disadvantaged, parang ganon. But when she showed that of the civil service, it was organization-oriented, yung vision niya. To be the lead OD, GAD-responsive OD provider, something like that. This vision and mission will have to be translated into the GAD goals. And for every GAD goal, gender issues are identified at na-prioritize. How prioritized again? Using the 3 criteria, di ba? What are these? Strategic, relevant, and urgent. So she in fact showed us an example of how we can use it, how we can use the 3, although ginawa parang na-simplify into 2, urgency and importance, using that priority quadrants, na I'm sure many of us are very familiar with. So finally, nandito tayo ngayon. We now have the framework. Itong framework na ito, itra-translate naman natin ngayon through step 6 and step 7, no? So step 6 is outlining the GAD outcomes, indicators, baseline data and targets per GAD goal na na-identify in step 4. And then as a final step, we translate the GAD outcomes that were identified in step 6 into more detalyado na activities, projects, and programs. Ang dali, it's actually similar when you do your strategic plan in your agency or for your sector. So again, the first 5 will formulate, will produce the GAD strategic framework, while the last 2 steps, 6 and 7, will produce the GAD strategic plan, and together they actually make up the GAD agenda. The framework is actually detalyado, is translated into very detailed things na madaling i-operationalize using the GAD strategic plan. So this was shown by Ma'am Nharleen this morning. This is actually the template of the GAD strategic plan. While nakita natin yung GAD, the first part, the first half, which is the GAD strategic framework, nandyan yung vision, mission, and then yung goals and the issues, right? The priority issues. Yung remember, for every goal na nandun sa step 4, you now prepare a GAD strategic plan. And of course, it was also mentioned that this is usually a 6-year planning time frame, right? Okay, so it is basically consisting of so many columns for every agency, for every GAD goal, and then down you have first 5 columns which would give you the gender issue, because remember that when you were doing the GAD framework, for every goal, you are matching it with priority gender issues to be addressed, right? So for every goal, ililista natin yung priority gender issues in column 1. And then for every gender issue, we have GAD outcomes or results. We have indicators, baseline, and then the responsible units or office. And then it is followed by 6 years. And for every year, you have a 3-column thing, which would indicate the target, the program, the PPA, no, the program, project, activity, and then the estimated budget. So how many columns do you have all in all? You have 6 times 3, that's 18 plus 5, you have 23 columns. But of course, it is also considered that a local government unit may have a 3-year GAD agenda, especially because we actually recognize that a local chief executive who will implement the GAD, the strategic plan, GAD strategic plan, and other plans of the LGU has a 3-year term to do that, no? So pwede rin naman na 3 years, but for all others, agencies, universities, GOCCs, they will have to prepare at least a 6-year GAD agenda and therefore GAD strategic plan, okay? So ito yung ito yung step 6, ano? We work actually on the first 6 columns and then the rest of the columns now by year. Ito ngayon yung ginagawa natin, yung step 7. And again, step 6 plus step 7 will actually produce the GAD strategic plan for a 6-year period. Okay, so kunin natin yung key term doon, which is strategic planning. So this is how we usually define a strategic plan. It provides a sequential, step-by-step talagang given yung step niya, no? Na first, usually you first do a situational analysis at ginamit nga ni Ma'am Noreen yung di ba? Maalala nyo yung gender analysis. It's step-by-step process for creating a strategy. So there are so many steps. After that, you have a vision, mission, and then these are translated into goals. And then the goals are translated into activities, projects, and programs. So all in all, this will constitute a strategy, the GAD strategy. And why do we do that? Why do we do a strategic planning activity? It is because we want to assist the organization focus, di ba? Hindi yung out of the blue, doon ka pala nag-iisip, ano ba yung gagawin natin? Ano yung role natin to contribute to GWE, gender equity, equality, and women empowerment? But if you have already a strategic plan, such as a GAD agenda that has the framework and the detailed plan, nakaka-focus na lang kayo on what are indicated there. It's a very useful guide, di po ba? And it will facilitate consistent planning. Bakit kaya? Because the strategic planning activity will result in a document which you call a strategic plan. And what is that strategic plan? It will guide your operational plans. O, di ba? So ang dali-dali na pala to do your day-to-day operations because which is the content of your operational plan. Because itong operational plan na ito was drawn from a higher order plan, which is the strategic plan. That is how important is the strategic plan. A question, kung ganyan para yung GAD strategic plan, and which is based on the GAD strategic framework, which is equal to the GAD agenda, ano naman kaya yung operational plan ng gender? Ano yung plan for gender that is the basis of the day-to-day operations? Siya yung GAD plan and budget po natin. O di po ba? For example, the GAD agenda is a 6-year plan, but the GAD plan and budget is an annual plan, no? But during that year, the organization, the agency, the hospital, the school, the university is actually implementing the GAD plan and budget kasi it contains all the activities that they have to do from January to December of that year. Oh, that's the importance of the GAD plan and budget, which is an operational plan, as in contrast to the strategic level of planning that we are doing with the GAD agenda, which includes the framework and the detailed planning. And I also indicated here, no, that sorry for that background noise. It also indicates here in the slide, no, that strategic planning does not assume that the organization will continue to do what it is presently doing. So that is the reason why many of our authors actually define strategic planning as change planning. Kasi nga naman, if your intention is anyway to continue, parang maintenance ba, you just maintain what you're doing every day, every year, every 5 years, then bakit ka pa magpla-planning? Wag na, di ba? But because you want to change, then you have to do a change plan, and that is what we call, but that is what we refer to as strategic planning. And what is that change kaya you're planning? To me, because you are here participating in the activity on GAD agenda planning, then I take it that you are interested and you are committed, and surely you can influence your entire organization to make that change, no? And that is to really enhance the contribution of the agency, your agency, to the overall goal, which is what? Gender equality and women's empowerment. And if we talk of strategic planning, they actually, many actually look at it as linking strategy and execution. You know, that is what we do all the time in execution. But there is a strategic plan, but you know, an important ingredient of strategic planning is strategic thinking. And some in fact emphasize the importance of strategic thinking because they think that parang there's an observation that many strategic plans lack strategic thinking. Ano ba kasi itong strategic thinking? There is a strategic plan, there is a document, pero walang strategic thinking daw. So let's keep that in mind, ha, na meron pala yung such thing as strategic thinking that one has to be a good strategic planner, no? It's a mindset. Kasi yung sabi nga natin, ano, na when you do strategic planning, you're actually change planning. So how can you plan change kung, you know, business as usual yung thinking mo, di ba? It requires a certain mindset, a way of thinking, and you are very creative, no? You're not just looking at one side of the, like yung mapa, but you're looking at the other side. You're looking at the left view, the right side view, the bottom view, and the top view. Ganun ka, no? And you're trying to, stretch, looking for other ways to address a situation. So that requires you not only to look at the past situation, parang look back, but you're also thinking forward, no? Yun yung strategic thinking. You're not looking at details. Kasi if you're looking at details, para ka nag-operational planning, di ba? But you have a big picture view in your planning. That is the kind of strategic thinking that we all expect when we do strategic planning. It's really different from operational planning. So yung strategic planning that we are doing to the GAD agenda with the framework and the detailed plan, yun ngayon naman ang importante, remember, working the plan, i-execute naman natin, no? Because that is the reason why we do a strategic plan. It is actually to make easier decision making, no? So it makes crucial decisions and executes flawlessly. So it is done because you have such a document, a strategic plan. And it is also during the execution that we are supposed to ensure kung ano man yung naplano na activities at kung ano yung na-target na objectives, na ano yung resulta ng mga activities and projects na yan, and that they are really accomplished at may results nga, we should be able to monitor this. We should be able to monitor the progress of work, activities, projects, but we also monitor the outcomes, the results, and the impacts. No, so that's that should be the complete story about the strategy. No, you are executing a strategy na plinano properly, and it was the result of a very good strategic thinking. So if we now go closer now, we now zoom on or zoom in on GAD strategic planning. There has to be strategic thinking, surely, di ba? Kasi nga meron tayong mga gender issues and maraming solutions to these gender issues, but we would like to, you know, stretch some more yung mga options so that we can have more better ways of looking at the problem and therefore come up with better solutions maybe, no? So with that kind of thinking, creative thinking and critical thinking, then we may be able to produce a very effective strategic plan, which is now in the GAD agenda consisting of your framework and the details. And of course, that would be a very good basis of what you can do day to day, which is shown in your GAD plan and budget. Kaninang umaga, Ma'am Noreen asked you, what do you think when the word framework is mentioned? And maalala ko somebody said backbone. And later on, Director Noreen was explaining yung structure, yung structure ng tower na yan. And then later on, around that structure, pwede nang maglagay ng mga semento, yung mga pipes, yung mga electrical wiring, yung mga wood panel, you know, everything, all those things, materials that are put there na hindi mo pwedeng ilagay kung wala yung structure, di ba? Yung parang tuminga, backbone, sabi nga nung isang kasama natin. Ako rin, I think of when framework is mentioned, I think of the skeleton kasi around that skeleton nandun na yung mga tissues, di ba? To make the entire body na ganyan. So yung mga details, yung mga materials na detalye na inilalagay around the structure, yan yung GAD strategic plan po natin, they are the details. So as you can see, kung walang structure, mahirap yung detalye. Kung walang detalye, parang hindi rin masyadong useful yung structure. They have to be complete para meron kang very good na GAD agenda. So the GAD strategic plan portion ngayon, we're now looking at the other half of the better half of the strategic framework. Defines the strategic interventions, indicators, and targets to be pursued to achieve the GAD goals that were identified in the framework over a period of time, and mostly, of course, that is for a 6-year period. It is a document that will operationalize the GAD agenda of an agency, and it is used as the agency reference. Kaya nga, it is used as the agency reference in formulating yung every year na annual GAD plan and budget. So what are the essential elements of a GAD strategic plan? We can just show it in this flow chart, na the GAD goal and the gender issues and GAD mandates, which were already identified as part of the GAD framework, the GAD strategic framework, they are now detailed into the GAD outcome and result statement, further translated into GAD indicators, which are quantified, pag quantitative yung indicator, they're quantified into targets and baseline data. And of course, we identify the responsible unit in the office. At the same time, we have that other step of identifying the programs, projects, activities, and the corresponding estimated budgets. So actually, ito yung parts ng GAD strategic plan. And we see that therefore in the columns, o diba, the columns that I showed you earlier, na with the goal and the gender issue in the first column being derived or having been formulated earlier in the GAD strategic framework, madali nang gawin yung other, ilang columns? 22 columns, that will be at the core of that GAD strategic plan after you finished the GAD strategic framework. So parang i-review na lang natin, anyway, it's going to be a quick review, no, na yung GAD goal, pag natin kalimutan, is based on observed gender issues, no? And you did that exercise, you learned how to do that step this morning, no? In that you have gender issues, but you have to look at whether they are really strategic, they are relevant, and they are really urgent and need immediate attention. So you are going to rank them, choose which are the most important gender issues that you want addressed through a goal, no? And that is the goal, kunwari, institutionalize the use of gender analysis in the agency or LGU. And of course, the guideline for the GAD agenda clarifies that we should have about 3 to 5 goals, okay? So, kung 3 goals, then for every goal pala na 3, you will have a GAD strategic plan. And for each of the goal, you have a number of issues at dyan na nakabase yung the rest of the GAD strategic plan. The GAD goals, the GAD goals, nandyan na nga siya sa GAD strategic framework. And they are based on clustered gender issues, and there are higher order objectives. Kasi huwag nating kalimutan yung objectives pala na yan, it's parang generic, Pwedeng yung objectives mo are of a higher level, you call them goals. Kuminsan, above the goals, you call them purpose, kuminsan. Depende dun sa gumagawa ng plano. But below the goal, ano kaya yung tawag mo dun sa next level of objectives? Pwede mong tawaging outcome objectives. Pwede mong tawaging result objectives. Okay? And then, further, mas detalye into smaller, probably, na objectives na quantified, and they are now called targets. Okay? So, yun, actually, if we're doing a plan, any plan for that matter, at lalo na kung strategic, we always, I think, in terms of the logic, no? Yung logic ng isang project or activity, from yung input, output, but of course, input, output, outcome, to impact. And this is something that we will also be showing in a short while. So the goals are meant to contribute to the higher, yung common object or common goal natin, common purpose natin, which is gender equality. And this goal is, of course, paano natin na-attain yung goal? We do some things, right? Actions, activities, projects. And these activities, actions are supposed to respond to yung napaka-importanting identified gender issues natin. The gender issues, as already mentioned by Director Nharleen, can be client-focused or organization-focused, and they refer to problems, concerns that arise from unequal status of women and men. Huwag nating kalimutan yon kasi kuminsan we are focusing on the term, issue, and mandate because we have the option in our GAD plan and budget, and also for the GAD agenda, we have the option to use mandates and not statement of issues, no? But actually, ang laki-laki ng meaning ng issue, no? Because when it said an equal status of women and men, ang daming pwedeng laman niya, no? And you can, of course, see that you would be able to recognize that from application of gender analysis. And you're right when yung marami sa inyo, that use sex disaggregated data and you ask questions, no? You analyze and you're able to see certain issues. Because there are issues where there are differences in the roles of women and men. Mas maraming trabaho na ibibigay sa mga kababaihan. There are differences in responsibilities. At home, for example, sino yung mas maraming responsibilities doon? Is it the woman or the man? There are differences in access to services. Pwedeng there are certain programs hindi ma-access ng babae because kailangan niya ng consent ng asawa niya, no? So, wala siyang, there is weak access to certain services, to certain programs. At saka kuminsan, kahit siguro let's say ownership of land, yung mga titulo ngayon, naka-indicate na rin yung, yung pangalan ng husband and even the name of the wife. So common yung ownership. Pero can the woman sell it kaya? Baka hindi, di ba? So ibig sabihin, pwedeng joint yung ownership and the access, but yung control doon sa lupa or any asset man na kung ano man, the house or whatever, equipment, hindi rin pala niya maibenta. I mean, hindi pala niya hawak yung control, no? Like she doesn't have the power to sell it. There are differences in terms of power positions, di ba? We see that in business. Who are the leaders? Mostly men ba? Is it mostly women? Leadership in politics. Masyadong 15,000 yata yung mga elected officials natin na higher yung up to the vice mayor yata. Ang liit-liit ng proportion of women as compared to, I don't know, it looks like more than 90% are actually male. So nakikita nyo yung imbalance, ano? May unequal doon. There is lack of equality. Kaya merong gender issue doon. And you can see that not only among our clients of the agency you are working for, the LGU you're working for, or the university you are in, or the hospital, but pwede rin yung gender issues are organization focused, no? Organization focused, if you just do a complete survey in consideration, of course, of data privacy, etc., you will know that there are actually personnel probably who are victims of gender-based violence. God mandates, no? Because God mandates can be used in lieu of gender issues, because these are commitments, no? There is a need to fulfill our commitments. So there's an issue there. There's a need because these are committed by the Philippine government. Usually sa mga international bodies, no, like the SDG, yung SIDO, and so on. And of course, itong mga mandates na to, national or international, are going in the same direction, no, to advance gender equality and women's empowerment. So let's start, no? Nagawa na natin yung framework, and we're now going into the detalye, no, the details. And our step 6 is outlining the GAD outcomes, indicators, baseline data, and targets per GAD goal. Ano yung GAD goal na yan? The GAD outcome. The GAD outcome and result or result, no? So you take note, outcome/result, which are two different things, and we are going to explain this. In any case, the GAD outcome or result refers to a change that is expected to be achieved by the end of a project, by the end of a program, or the end of an activity. Kung activity yung nakalista, no, sa intervention. And these are manifested in changes in behavior, practice, or performance within the agency and or beneficiaries. So para siyang objective na, no? Did you see that? If you're formulating an objective, pwede mong state in terms of a change in behavior, di ba? Behavior in competency, behavior in attitude, change in behavior, change in practice, change in performance within the organization. If it is organization focused, yung issue mo, or among the beneficiaries, if your issue is client focused. And these are the likely, yung outcomes or results na yan, they are the likely or achieved short-term or medium-term effects of a GAD interventions outputs, no? And of course, yung iba, kung mag-formulate pa nga sila ng objectives, outcome or result, kuminsan hindi lang siya medium-term, no? It can even be a long-term, kasi usually when we say short-term, 1 year to 3 years. If you say medium term, usually 3 to 5 years. Well, longer than that, we all usually, no? Kasi depende rin nga sa pag-define yan ng planner, no? The planning document. Many times, the medium term, it's taken to be 5 years, 6 years or more. And in fact, if you are an LGU, you take the 3 years already as a medium term kung minsan, no? When you're doing your planning. So that is the meaning of outcomes and results, and they usually become the objectives of the project, the program, or the activity. So ito yung pinag-iba pala ng results and outcomes, ano? Because if you talk of outcomes, they are the short-term and intermediate, yung immediate na effects of the output of an intervention. The intervention being an activity, project, or a program. Yung outcomes na yan, makikita mo yung effects niya over some longer time. So over the long term, meron siyang effects and we call this already the impacts. So mas shorter yung pag-manifest ng outcomes as compared to the impact na mas malayo, ano. Let's show this for example. So ito yung results and these are while implemented yung project or program, what we see are the inputs and the outputs, right? The inputs are what are invested, what have to be made available in order to mobilize and to start off the project and to fully implement it. You invest materials, other goods, funds, services, human resource, technology, information is also one input. And outputs are what are produced at the end of the project. So this can be products, services, which an intervention like a PPA, no, program project activity, is expected to produce from its inputs in order to achieve the objectives, which are yung outcomes and impacts. The impact objectives, of course, are obviously higher order na yun, no? Mas malayo na yung objective na yun ma-attain. What are examples of inputs? If we're talking of a training activity like this one we're having, training materials, the resource persons are inputs, no? And what are the outputs? At the end of the one day, itong one day natin, itong 8 hours natin, training sessions were held. 4 training sessions were held. And what is the outcome? Because of that 4 training sessions held, as a result, we have the outcome, which is an improved knowledge and skill in GAD agenda preparation. After some time, dahil na-improve ang knowledge and skill in GAD agenda preparation, then there is an enhanced use of this tool na GAD agenda. Dumadami na ang nagkakaroon na agencies, no? Nagkakaroon na there's an increase in the number of agencies, universities, LGUs that have already a GAD agenda. And of course, the implementation of GAD agenda is also improved, maybe because of this training. But if we're talking of an agricultural development project or activity, ano yung inputs po natin doon? Of course, fertilizers, pesticides, technology, irrigation water, harvesting, kasi mechanized na ngayon ang very common in our agriculture, especially for the bigger farms. Machinery and other tools, no, kasama yan sa inputs natin. And because of that agricultural development project, then we have so many kilograms of potatoes harvested. We have so many tons of white rice, hindi pa pala rice yun, palay or corn harvested. Yan yung immediate output ng project. But because of the outputs of that agricultural project, there is increased yield. Nakikita natin mas productive yung farm na natin ngayon, no? Because in one season, we are able to produce this, nag-increase by 50%. O kaya nag-increase yung yield per hectare by 70%. So that is an outcome, that is a benefit we get na as a result of the output. But over a longer term, after a few years, and even after 2 years, siguro nakikita na natin, napifeel na natin yung impact, there is already an increase in the family income and the way of living, the quality of life ng family, ng farm family na yon. So impact na yon. So what are we saying? There are inputs and outputs, but we don't consider this as part of our GAD strategic plan. They are the outcomes and the impacts that we consider in the GAD strategic plan, and we label them as results pag taken together, okay? But of course, in our template, naka-outcome/result siya, which is very good kasi pwede nating i-consider yung impacts, no? Kasi yung impacts, meron din yung nakikita mo na in 2 years. Like nakita nyo po yon, yung enhanced use of machines and tools, increased family income, even probably improved attitude. Kung minsan nakikita na natin yon, nagmamanifest na yung benefits na yon, yung improvements na yon. But they can be impacts kasi results sila ng outcomes, which are the more immediate effects of the outputs. So ganyan siya. And as we have said, it is the results and outcomes that we see in the GAD agenda. But in the every year na GAD plan and budget, we don't, we see, by the way, the outcomes also in the GAD plan and budget, and we also see the outputs. Pero yung outputs na yan, we don't have to reflect, we don't reflect them in the GAD strategic plan. Okay? So I hope very clear yon. Let's keep in mind, no? Let's be aware na merong ganyang relationship from inputs turning out into outputs which effect or which produce outcomes over a short term and produce impacts over a medium or long term after the project, okay? And the results outcome should be in the GAD agenda. So these are examples of what we find in the GPB, in the GAD plan and budget, and these are the output indicators or output. Well, these are indicators, no? But I could have. These are the parang translations na of the objective in outcome. Okay, but both GAD plan and budget and the GAD agenda, and therefore the GAD strategic plan, contain also the results and outcome in indicators, okay? So as an example, and let's not forget yung outputs again, epekto niya, we call it result or outcome, okay? Kunwari, policies that support positive or non-discriminatory and non-derogatory portrayal of women in mass media. Ano ang result niya? Kasi number of policies na bibilang natin to, pwede natin siyang indicate sa GAD plan and budget, no? But as an effect of the GAD of these policies, which are gender responsive, then we have complaints received and documented on derogatory portrayal of women in media, and these are already results or outcomes, okay? Women participating in livelihood programs could be the output. Yan ang immediate output ng livelihood program or project. But as a result, we have women who experience an increase in household income. So yun yung result niya. And as I said, yung mga outcome and result indicators or statements can be or should be in both the GAD agenda and therefore GAD strategic plan, and also in the yearly GAD plan and budget. I noted that medyo ma-problema yung aking time management, no? So I hope you don't mind if I go faster this time. Anyway, you will be given naman as promised by the Secretariat, you will be given a copy of the materials, no? So I'll go faster this time, ha? I hope okay lang sa inyo. So we're still in the GAD outcomes and result statements. And as we have, as has been pointed out since the morning, no, dapat nakatali ito sa gender issue or GAD mandate, no? As an example, if there is lack of women's representation in governance, as we see in our politics ngayon, that is a gender issue, and therefore, tingnan nyo yung statement of the outcome and result. Parang binaliktad lang niya. Did you see that? There's lack of women's representation, and therefore, what do? In the GAD outcome result, which is like your outcome objective is, increase the women's representation in governance and decision making. You just reverse it. And of course, you're going to do that. There seems to be some gap there, but that is achieved to address the issue through the project that you're going to introduce, okay? Yun yung ikalawa. Women workers lack access to social protection. What is the GAD outcome and therefore objective? Baliktarin mo, improve the access of women workers to social protection services and programs, di ba? O madali pala na so you can see that gives you an idea na madali palang pag may gender issue ka, madaling mag-convert it into a GAD outcome and result statement. This is lifted from the monitoring and evaluation of GWE, Gender Equality, Women Empowerment in the Philippines. Is a compendium of indicators. But alam nyo, you should read that. Nakita ko sa poll kanina, maraming gumagamit nito, and that's good, ha? The other half should read these publications of PCW, downloadable from the website. So tingnan nyo ito, no, as an example. You look at the results framework for health. So I just lifted it from that framework for the health, the chapter on the health. The output is increased women and girl participants to a CAP building activity program. So merong naka-indicate doon na outcomes. These are increased capacities of women and girls to participate in health-related programs, and that will result to another outcome, which is reduced health-related vulnerabilities and violence against women. And over a long term, may effect na naman uli itong dalawang health outcome na ito, and that will be healthy, empowered women and girls, free from health-related vulnerabilities. So alam nyo, kahit anong level dito, yung increased capacities o kaya reduced health vulnerabilities or healthy, empowered women, these are all results, no, na pwede nyong gamitin to match the project, which is meant to increase the women and girls participants to health programs. This is also lifted from the same compendium of GWE indicators for education in that education chapter. The activity is one which conducts workshops during GAD training for agency education project staff. So it's an organization-based project. At tingnan nyo yung outcomes niya. There's increased gender competencies of agency in pursuit of GWE in education, which will result to increased literacy and participation of women and girls in decision-making. And over the long term, ang effect ng outcomes na to would be, it would further result to education parity between women and men, between girls and boys. So again, any of these three statements of results, pwede nyong ilagay sa outcome results column, no? And I'm showing you that the compendium of M&E indicators is a very good reference actually. So ang point na makikita natin dito is the impact is important, no? The outcomes, results, impact are important because it is later in time that you will feel the full benefit of something. Like itong observation na someone is sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree long time ago. So yung tree planting, it's a project, it's a very small activity, tree planting. Pero over a long term mo pa, ilang taon yan, bago mo ma-feel yung shade and the fruits, of course, no? And that's the impact that we want, okay? And the yung impact, of course, if we're talking of gender equality, would be that situation where there are no gender issues. And as I was saying, you have to use the publications. Kanina pinakita ko yung compendium of GWE indicators. You can also download from the same website of the PCW, the GWE plan. It's 2019 to 2025. I remember Nharleen this morning mentioning this too. It's the updated GWE empowerment plan. At ang makikita nyo mga ganito mga matrix for every chapter. Chapter is by sector, and for example, I'm showing you education and agriculture, and for the agriculture sector, makikita mo nakalagay yung strategic outcome sa una, di ba? Reduce poverty among women in AFF, referring to agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. And then you have columns, nakalagay na doon yung issue statement, outcome, result statement, see? The indicator is there, the baseline is there, the target is there. The target, of course, is national. So it's all up to you to convert it into your sector or agency target. The strategy is there. So yun na rin ang reference nyo for the PPA, the program project activity. So napaka-rich nito ng mga information that you can use when you are writing your GAD agenda, which is the GAD strategic framework and the GAD strategic plan. We're now in column 3, GAD indicators. What are the indicators? These are variables, di ba? So if you are doing of course, you are familiar with this because you do your own agency plans or sectoral plans, and there are indicators. Ito yung mga ginagamit nating to measure, right? Performance natin, yung mga KPI natin, and so on. And let's not forget that indicators can be quantitative or qualitative. In any case, variable yan that provides a means for us to measure kung na-achieve natin yung purpose o yung goal o yung objectives natin o yung targets natin, to reflect the changes connected to the GAD intervention. So the only way for you to say na may nangyayari naman, may epekto yung GAD project natin. Why? Because the indicators show that. See, you use indicators. It's important, therefore, that the indicators are clear, tangible, measurable, and attainable within the plan implementation. At kung maalala nyo yung sinasabi ni Ma'am Noreen kanina, no, na hindi lang siya smart, but it should also be great. I hope you keep in mind, no, yung mga lessons na yon we heard this morning. You can, of course, use both quantitative and qualitative indicators. So these quantitative indicators focus on things that we count, we quantify. Saan nyo nakukuha yung quantitative indicators na yan? Usually, secondary data, no? Lalo na from the government, yung mga census ng government, agri-census, census of population, surveys like survey of establishments, FIES, that's the Family Income and Expenditure Survey, and so on, administrative records. So lahat dyan nakukuha natin mga numero. Those are corresponding to quantitative indicators. So example of quantitative indicators, level of income generated from activities for both male and female controlled crops. Percent or number of women and men in key decision-making positions in government kaya or in business, in agriculture, in education, and so on. Okay? At maganda, meron tayong options kasi maganda itong qualitative indicators. Hindi sila nabibilang because they describe perceptions, judgments, practices, and other factors at the community level and affecting outcomes. Nakukuha ba natin yan sa mga survey, mga census? Hindi. We get them from usually mga ano na ito, mga primary source data collection na to, no? Like mag-FGD kayo, focus group discussion, interview, questionnaire, online or offline surveys measuring na ang mga tanong are about perception, satisfaction, what do you say, what is your opinion of, mga ganong type of questions. What do you think causes this, mga ganon, no? So you're not really you're not after numbers that you get from like quantitative indicators. So examples of qualitative indicators would be, ano yung attitude ng mga respondents natin about the new project? Tapos i-disaggregate mo by sex, no? Because we want sex disaggregated data pa rin, kahit na qualitative. What is the perception ng mga respondents natin about the change in gender equality within the barangay nung nag-start ang project? Oh, that's another example of a qualitative indicator. This slide shows, tingnan na lang po natin yung naka-colored because these are the results, which are the outcomes and impacts, and it shows you that as a result of the project, women farmers learn new skills and knowledge, and they become confident in using a technology. They are able to identify actions to take, and they now use effective farm practices. Kaya ang overall, in the end, no, over the long term, may improved crop production and better income. Kaya tingnan nyo yung nasa baba na indicators na gamitin nyo. Remember, mga measurement to, no? And you can mix qualitative and quantitative. Like for example, number and percent of the women participants that demonstrated increased knowledge and skills. See, it's a number, so it's quantitative. Pero tingnan nyo, sinamahan niya ng qualitative data, level of confidence. See? So kung yung questionnaire mo, dapat meron kang degrees of confidence. Tingnan nyo yung impacts. So over the long term, number and percent reporting increased income. Number yon, kaya quantitative indicator yon, and data. But if you have level of satisfaction with improvement, with the improvement made, napakagandang supporting information yon kasi you are able to explain in your narrative, in your kwento, in your story, you're able to explain why the number of percent reporting, number of percent that reported increased income. No? Mas maganda yung pagbuo ng kwento if you have both quantitative and qualitative information and indicators and information. And as I said, it would be good to use references na, no? Like ito yung compendium of monitoring and evaluation indicators on GWE. Kasi nandyan na yan, sayang naman pag hindi gamitin. Tingnan natin, yan yung cover niya, buksan natin ha. Ayan, ganyan ang loob niya. Do you know that there are 205 indicators there? O ang dami yan. And for every indicator, meron na siyang metadata ha. Siya yung mga nakalagay sa rows. Every indicator is presented in a matrix with 10 sections. Yung mga nakikita nyo sa rows, no? Indicator statement, indicator dinidescribe. Kunwari, proportion of women deputized as bantay gubat. Dinidescribe niya yung indicator. It measures the share of women farmers in the opportunities to contribute to safeguarding the natural environment and forest resources. Yung disaggregation niya, nakikita natin by area. Ako, pag sinabing area, ang pagkaintindi ko, rural and urban. I don't know kung yun ang ibig sabihin. It didn't say province or region. So, frequency, estimation procedures, in-explain nila how they estimated yung how it is estimated. At saka yung data source is DAB-FAR, you see? You know, it's a very good reference for your indicators when you are formulating your result and outcome statements and indicators, and data, of course, and source, data source. You can use this compendium. It's a very good reference. Now, ang daming indicators pala, ano? Yun lang nandun sa compendium, 205, and there can be a lot more. So dapat marunong tayo na pumili ng best indicators, and of course, it depends on the agency, the sector, it depends on the gender issues, it depends on a lot of things nga naman. Kaya nga number one, when you're selecting your indicators, it should be relevant to the goal and the gender issue. Siyempre naman, di ba? Dapat cohesive yan. Otherwise, walang connection, no? And yung sinasabi kanina umaga pa, we should involve the partners, we should involve our stakeholders, the target communities when we select the indicators. So kung nagpla-planning pala tayo, hindi lang yung planning team, pati yung stakeholders dapat maganda if they participate kasi they know best the what they need, no? At ano yung aspirations nila dapat ma-reflect. We should limit the number of indicators, wag madami. Kasi nakakalito pag maraming indicators, di ba? So you keep it simple. At saka hindi ka rin mahirapan sa pag-implement, pag-monitor. Yung pag-monitor, mga ganyan. So you limit the number, yung kaya lang talaga. Identify the data collection needed for each indicator. It should be an indicator. In other words, you choose the indicator na merong data. There's available data at wala kayong issues about the data source. Yung frequency ng data availability, wala kayong problema kasi it's done every year, something like that, okay? And of course, you prioritize yung indicators nyo. Ang dami mo nang napili na indicators, piliin, no? You rank by importance and ease of collection, and you come up with yung final set of indicators. Now, for every indicator, so natapos na natin yung indicator, yung column 3, Column 4, determine the target and the baseline value for the indicator. So, the indicator is the variable nga, nagpakita na tayo ng example ng quantitative and qualitative. For every indicator pala, magbigay pala tayo ng baseline and target. So, if we're talking of a quantitative indicator, ang baseline mo at target mo are numero. So the baseline is the first critical measurement of the indicator. It's the starting point. Kasi magko-compare ka pag nagmo-monitor ka, di ba? So it's measured at the start or even before that, pwede. But the target, ito yung desired na future level mo. Future na value ng indicator that you want year 1, year 2, year 3, ganon. Those are your targets, no? And if it is a quantitative indicator, it's also a number. It's also quantified. So as an example, availment of extension. So ang baseline mo, kasi 2022 ngayon, maybe 30% based on a survey in 2020. Pero ang target mo over the future, in the future, is it should become from 30%, dapat naging 80% na siya by year 2024. Target mo yon, okay? But of course, if we have a qualitative indicator, yung baseline at target mo are descriptions, no? Descriptive yon. Hindi siya, and you should be able to describe it because you're not counting if you have qualitative indicators. The baseline data, so yung starting point, no, na date na measurement or past previous measurement, you can extract it from several reports. Pag client focused, pwede kang tumingin sa mga baseline survey ng agency or other agencies. You can look at the barangay profile. The barangay profile is with the DILG, provincial profile, regional profile. These are available na reports in our agencies. Past project accomplishment report or completion report of yung sinundan niya probably na project, you can get the baseline data there, right? Pero pag organization focused yung issue and therefore the PPA, then maybe you can look at TNA, you can look at the personnel profile, capacity development reports, no? Yung mga LNB reports that we submit, that are submitted to the Civil Service Commission. Mga organizational development assessment that were done by assessments that have been done by experts or consultants maybe. Doon yung kukunin yung mga baseline data nyo para makapag-extrapolate din kayo or rather forecast, no? Or plan kung ano naman yung targets nyo for the next years to come. In fact, lahat yun pwede nyong gawin. As I said, lalo na kung funded naman yung measurement na yun, yung activity to measure, to establish baseline, pwede nyong funded yun, lalo pag foreign funded. It's a good option. You can look at other local, national databases, even NGO, mga NGO databases. Yung IBON, may mga ganyan, di ba? Mga NGO yan. Carry out interviews to detect changes. Mag-GA kayo. Look into other existing records ng mga donors. Yung mga universities natin, even I find very useful yung mga student researches. You can do that. And then experimental, I think it's something you can do as parang it's part of bullet 1, no? When you do experimental research and you compare, no? May control area ka and control group and you compare it with the main barangay focus of the project. Yeah, thank you very much. All of this actually you can do. So ibig sabihin, parang wala kang magawang rason siguro, not to have baseline data when you are doing your GAD strategic plan. Thank you for that. So may baseline ka na, madali ka nang mag-target siguro, makita mo na practicable, pwede yan, viable yung target. It refers to a specific value set for an indicator to determine the level of achievement of the GAD outcome pag ginagawa na yung project, no? Year 1, year 2, ganon. And whether quantitative or qualitative, mag-target ka pa rin, no? And of course, pag qualitative, descriptive nga siya. So this is an example of the columns 6 to 21. Kasi it pertains to year 1, to the years that the project is implemented. So, dapat nakikita mo rin yung hindi pare-pareho yung sinusulat nyo. You should be able to indicate, of course, yung progress. At saka, syempre, nag-build yung year 2, year 3 on year 1, right? So, nakikita mo yung progress. So, that's an example of a quantitative target, but series. Pero paano kung qualitative? Sana may nakikita rin tayong change, di ba? Kung you are describing, for example, competence ng isang grupo or ng clients, maybe a basic, these are defined in your plan. Ano ibig sabihin ng basic knowledge, basic competence? Ano ibig sabihin ng advanced? Ano ibig sabihin ng intermediate? Ano ibig sabihin ng superior? Things like that, no? Basta makita kang may nagbabago, nag-i-improve from year 1 to year 6, if that is the term of the plan. Of course, there's column 5 to indicate who should be responsible, who should be answerable, no? Pag in the implementation of the project. So kung may na-miss na target o na-surpass mo yung target, may nakikredit, no? That's the responsible unit or office in the department. And that ends the step 6. We're now in the 7th and the last step, which is translating now the GAD outcomes into GAD PPAs. O, di po ba? Ito na yung detalye talaga, yung PPAs. Ano yung GAD activity? The GAD activity actually refers to an intervention to achieve the desired GAD outcome of the agency. Ito yung pinakamaliit na unit, di ba? O, pero if you sometimes, ang inilalagay natin is not an activity but a project. What is a project as compared to the activity? Maraming activities. It can be 2 or more activities na may common na output maybe, na all contributing to the same objective of the project. Then you can put them together, no? You can package them into a project. But if there are several projects, 2 or more projects na ipapackage mo kasi interrelated, at saka they are all going to the same goal maybe or sub-goal, then you can package the projects into a program. So yeah, no? So it can be a program, it can be a project, it can be an activity. Kung minsan nakikita mo yung pagiging PPA nila, right in the way they are listed in the GAA, di po ba? In the General Appropriations Act. So that is actually column 7 to column 22. When you identify the PPA to achieve the results and outcomes. So don't forget, tingnan nyo yung result and outcome statements at ano yung kailangang gawin para ma-achieve natin yung outcome or result na yan. That is what you write in year 1, year 2, up to year 6. And again, we should see again ang tawag mo dito, the progress, no? Hindi siya pare-pareho yung sinusulat natin from year 1 to year 6 kasi depende sa targets eh. So nagma-match dapat yung target sa PPA. So the target is achieved in year 3 na nag 40% kasi there's a training on integrating Hagadaga results to PPA. And then sa year 5 where there is 70% target, we can do this kasi meron ng inclusion of GAD Timpala Awards, you know. So meron kang na-link mo, you're able to relate the target to the corresponding PPA in each year. That's important. Also this one, no? So this is another example of list of PPAs over 6 years. Na nakikita nyo nagbabago, di ba? May profiling muna, and then naka-develop siya ng data bank, and then the next activity is consultation with women workers, and then next activity is orient on social protection, nagbabago. And then year 5, medyo ano na ito, medyo mataas na ito, no? Nag-assist na sa enrollment ng women workers in social protection, so that in year 6, nagpatuloy ito, no? Yung year 5 and year 6 to complete siguro the targeted beneficiaries. So you see, hindi dapat we write the same PPAs. And of course, every project, kung ano man yung isinulat mo sa PPA, hindi pare-pareho yung pangangailangan nila, di ba? These are different PPAs we list in year 1 to year 6. So dapat lang na we write the corresponding requirement of such PPA to be completed within the year. So we are putting the amount of financial resources needed to start and implement a PPA. And it can be drawn from the GAA, meaning your regular budget, or other budgetary sources, no? Because sometimes these are transfers from your central office, or a donation, or it can be a grant from one bilateral donor. Then this should be it should be cleared in, no? These are probable sources of your budget. So, natapos na siya, no? We were able to do all the columns, and we have completed all the columns. And how many columns again? 23. We were able to do at the start of the project, the baseline, and from year 1 to year 6, we were able to formulate the target, PPA, and budget. And we have completed the GAD strategic plan. Remember, these are the details that are put around the structure. Kung wala sa structure, hindi mo dapat ilagay, hindi siya babagay, di ba? Kasi the structure and the detalye make up one thing, one tower, one plan, one complete plan, which is the GAD agenda. So natapos na natin yung GAD agenda, edi implement na natin, di po ba? Okay. So we now go to the second part of our discussion, which is the plan implementation, which includes the operationalization, the monitoring and evaluation of the GAD agenda. So ginawa natin una yung strategy formulation, di ba? We planned the work, and what did we finish? We were able to finish the GAD strategic plan, which is detailing of the GAD strategic framework na may vision, mission, goals. And this time, we have to work the plan, or we now have to implement the strategy that was discussed in the GAD strategic plan na detalyado, right? Okay. Sabi nga ni Laura Lake, actually she's a celebrity, no? But anyway, she had something to say, and she's a lady. Sabi niya, take action to build a plan, but know the real results come from taking the actions to execute it. Parang yung sinasabi ng marami, di ba? Anong gamit ng plan na yan? Ginawa nga, pinaghirapan, ginastusan, hindi lang pesos, but the weeks, the months, and then hindi din siya na-implement, o sayang din yung effort, no? Lalo na if the strategic thinking that went into it, the time, the talent of the planners and the stakeholders that planned the work, so sayang din. So we have to execute it in order that we now are able to get the benefits, which are the real results from that strategic plan, that GAD strategic agenda that we are able to formulate. Di po ba? This is according to Dennis Hikes, no? Who is an author in 1984. He actually mentioned all of those as characteristics of a strategic plan to be implementable. And nakita natin, there were some that answered the fourth bullet. The plan is easily digestible. Tingnan niyo sinabi ni Madam Indira Gandhi. Have a bias towards action. Let us see something happen now. You can break that big plan into small steps and take the first step right away. Okay, so malaki yung plano, pero if we cut it into several steps and take a small steps, we start already the walking and acting, right? And if you're able to break that big plan into small steps, it makes the plan easily digestible. Hindi parang wala na masyadong reason for us to say mahirap kasi implement. Masyadong malaki yung masyadong ambitious yung plano. We cannot say that. Because from the beginning, we made sure that we have realistic. Di po ba? Yung SMART objectives, realistic yung plan. Kaya na-prioritize yung issues. We only have few indicators. Well-selected actually yung outcomes and results that we wanted to act on. Okay? So all these are actually applicable. And therefore, kung implementable yung strategic plan natin at saka yung the entire GAD agenda natin, then maganda, ano? It means we have a very good strategy. We have a very good strategy of mainstreaming, right? Because it is implementable. And that is now, it is here now that we have to emphasize what Ma'am Nharleen already mentioned this morning, operationalization. What do we mean when we say operationalization? Actually, pag nag-operationalize ka, parang pinapamadali mo, di ba? Pag sinabi mo, napakahirap naman ito, masyadong masyadong abstract concept. Pero pag ino-operationalize mo, you're actually defining it. You're defining that thing na medyo mahirap. You're trying to initiate its it's moving and implementing. You are operationalizing. In other words, if you're operationalizing, you're trying to create a way to execute the strategy. You're creating a standard way to execute for the organization to execute the program, projects, activities. Kaya nga yan yung sinabi ni Ma'am Nharleen kanina na dapat merong instrument, like for example, ito, you have a resolution here that tackles the adoption of the Gender and Development Agenda for 2020 to 2025. With that board resolution, na-define na yan, and it's already giving an order, it's already giving a mandate to implement it. Na-operationalize na siya, no? In fact, the details are there, and the other things that are needed to implement that GAD agenda surely would be part of the resolution. Kasi may sinasabi na siya na who will do what, mga ganon, no, towards its implementation. So it's a very good tool for operationalizing the GAD agenda of the agency, and that's the COA, in fact. This is just a reiteration of what Ma'am Nharl mentioned this morning. No, the agency head should already finalize and approve the GAD agenda, and secondly, should issue a policy to ensure its implementation by the concerned subunits of the office of the organization. May role din ang GFPS. The GFPS should ensure that the GAD agenda is disseminated to all the units, right? Because the GAD agenda is not just the work of the GFPS, it's the work of everybody. O di po ba? We are mainstreaming gender in all the programs, projects, activities. So lahat ng members of the organization should be taking part, no? Dapat lahat is gender sensitive, gender responsive, and contribute to the implementation of that GAD agenda. And in the operationalization, we now go to the operational planning, the GAD plan and agenda every year. The entries in the GAD agenda, the issue, the outcome, the indicator, the target, the activities, the budget shall be reflected. And you can easily, it will not be challenging to prepare the GAD agenda, the GAD plan and budget every year. Kasi meron ka ng GAD strategic, imagine you have a strategic document na dun mo na, tutulungan mo na lang implement yung GAD strategic agenda na yan through the GAD plan and budget. So that's a very good, matching of the strategic plan and the operational plan. And the GAD agenda is may be adjusted as necessary to include new emerging gender issues at saka corresponding outcomes, programs, projects niya, and or activities. O di po ba? Kasi hindi naman static, any plan is not static. Like, kunwari, we sa ating mother plan, which is the Philippine Development Plan, who would expect that there will be a COVID pandemic? O di po ba? Kaya yung mga targets natin, we're disrupted because of the COVID na 2 years, and in fact, hindi pa natin alam na we are now in the 3rd year more or less. So, nagkaroon ng mga bagong gender issues noong COVID, no? Yung increase in teen pregnancy, the increase in domestic violence, and some others. So surely there are some things that may happen that will, in the organization, that may also require us to update, adjust our GAD agenda, and even the entire GAD agenda, the framework and its details in the strategic plans. And don't forget uli the number of GAD strategic plans will be the number of goals in the framework. Okay, nag-i-implement na. So we're now implementing the GAD agenda. There is now the very critical work of monitoring and evaluation. Let's not forget that we start monitoring once nag-start ang implementation ng isang programa, di ba? That programa being, the bigger program being the GAD agenda content, right? And pag seen from a broader actually overall, no, when we say plan MME, we especially the GAD program, dapat iniisip natin yung annual GAD accomplishment reports also have a part of it, right? They are part of the plan monitoring and evaluation. But if we're talking of the GAD, this is the accomplishment report of the GAD plan and budget. But if we're now talking of that bigger 6-year na GAD strategic agenda, then there are 2 documents that we have to prepare. Nabanggit na ito kaninang umaga. Midterm. At the end of 3 years, half of the 6 years, we should have a progress report to reflect the status of accomplishments. And at the end of the term, which is 6 years, we have an end of term evaluation to reflect the evaluation, the assessment of the implementing the GAD agenda based on the goals and desired results and outcomes, no? So, aside from yung every year na accomplishment reporting natin, yung GAD agenda natin, binomonitor din natin, ha? After 3 years, there's the progress report. At the end of the 6th year, we have end of term evaluation. Anong laman nito? Let's see. The 3-year progress report will include actual accomplishments for the monitoring period, which is 3 years, at saka yung percent of accomplishment. Ano yung actual cost and percent utilized? At saka kung may deviation man yan, ano yung reasons for deviation? Bakit nagkaroon ng delays, no? Probably yung some activities were not accomplished. Why? Was it the COVID na na-restrict ang travel, you know? We have to indicate the reasons. Is it the weather? Kaya hindi natuloy yung activities. And of course with that deviations, we also indicate recommendations and the adjustments that the agency will have to do to ensure that the targets for the remaining years of the 6 years, meaning may 3 years pa, will be met. So natapos yung progress report and then nagpatuloy yung implementation of the GAD agenda, you now have to, at the end of the next 3 years, you have an end of term evaluation. So again, here we describe the accomplishments and achievements, the actual cost and percent utilized, the deviations and unintended results. Ano yung mga challenges na na-encounter natin, no? Aside from yung mga pandemic, mga ganong disruptions that happen, weather, floods, ano pa, probably health issues ng project teams, things like that, some partners na hindi nakapag-work, anything, no? All those challenges that we observed should have been documented para maisulat natin sa ating end of term evaluation. And don't forget, meron tayong attachments, no? So we attach the narrative program or project report highlighting the achievements. Isama na rin natin yung mga best practices natin. So isinulat natin yung challenges natin, yung mga problema natin in implementing, isulat din natin yung positive, ipasikat natin, because these are things that can be replicated. This can serve as models, no? So success stories of the program that should be, that may be tried out also by our other organizations. So ito yung template for the plan monitoring and evaluation progress report. At the end of 3 years, ito yung progress report. Again, tingnan nyo, for every goal, okay? So for every GAD goal, ito yung matrix mo. And notice that the first 4 columns are what? Coming from the GAD strategic plan, right? The GAD outcome result statement, the indicators, baseline, and target. And then dito sa new additional columns now yung actual. This is as planned. This is as actually implemented. The actual accomplishment and percent, the actual cost and percent utilization, the variance, at bakit, no? And your recommendation and adjustments that you commit to do. So yun, madali kasi kalahati niya. You just lift from the strategic plan of the goal. For each goal, meron kang progress report. At ito naman yung end of year, end of term, after 6 years, again, for every GAD goal. So if there are 6, there are 6 like, if there are 3 goals, there are 3 like this, reports in this template matrix. Again, the first 4 columns lifted from the strategic plan. GAD outcome, indicators, baseline target, and then again, the next additional columns will be actual accomplishment in percent, in value and percent, actual cost in value and percent, variance, ano yung unintended results, at saka ano yung mga challenges and recommendations, ano yung lessons learned in the last column. And as was indicated in the previous slide, i-attach dapat nung organization when they submit to the PCW the narrative report highlighting the achievements and success stories, yung mga best practices of the programs and projects, okay? So plan monitoring and evaluation is important, and the result of the evaluation and even the progress report actually are very helpful because they will serve as basis in formulating the next planning period. So to your GAD agenda for the next planning period, meaning the next 6 years, tingnan nyo, importanteng balikan natin yung lessons learned natin, di ba? What were the shortfalls in targets? Ano yung areas where we surpassed our targets and we are good and therefore we maintain it? Ano yung shortfalls? Ano yung dapat natin gawin this time? Ano yung good practices we developed? Ano yung challenges we encountered and what did we do? All of yung lessons yung yan, ipasok natin as inputs to the next GAD agenda planning. So these are submitted ngayon, no? Yung GAD agenda, the progress report, 3 years, and the 6-year end of term report are submitted to the PCW for monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of GWE results. Or it could be that because of your GAD agenda set of reports, magkaroon ng technical assistance from the PCW based on your negotiation na rin, no? And of course, the agencies with existing GAD agenda should review and recalibrate as necessary, depending on things that happened on what they see was their implementation of planned projects at ano yung result in terms of outcomes and impacts, right? So in short, we need to translate the GAD strategic framework into details para mas madaling ma-operationalize din siya. Detailed GAD strategic plans. Second, we should get approval from whom? The head of the agency. And then we submit this to the GAD, we submit the GAD agenda to the PCW and ensure na ma-operationalize siya para ma-implement. Because once at the end of the operationalization, we'll start the implementation of the GAD agenda. And of course, together with that, while sabi nga natin pag nag-start ang implementation, dapat nag-start na rin ng M&E, yung monitoring and evaluation. So there should be a good design and implementation of the M&E for the GAD agenda. As I end, I go back to Madam Thatcher, who said, plan your work for today and every day, then work your plan. With that, I thank you, and we all look forward to everyone contributing to, ano uli yung theme natin for this webinar? GAD agenda, a strategic beginning towards a gender-responsive agency. Let's be gender-responsive persons and individuals. Let's have a gender-responsive agency. Thank you very much. Thank you, Franz.
Thank you so much, Director Mila. Di ba? Parang mas napadali yung pagtingin natin sa GAD strategic plan. Hinimay-himay na kasi ni Miss Mila. Ayan. So bigyan naman natin si Miss Mila ng maraming wow reactions tsaka palakpak dyan. Ayan. Thank you so much, Director. Yung key takeaway ko po doon is simple lang na para hindi ka ma-overwhelm sa GAD strategic plan kasi nga gagawin mo siya kasi si GAD agenda is 6 years. Totoo yung sinabi niya na break it into small steps, and of course, take the first step right away. Kasi hindi mo naman to talaga kaya na mag-isa ka lang. Ayan, you have a team dapat na who are working on it para naman hindi din mabigat on your part. Ayun. So thank you so much for that, Director Mila. And of course, for our participants, if you have a lot of questions, wag po kayong mahihiyang mag-type ng questions sa Q&A tab. Pero this time around, meron muna tayong i-invite. Meron po kaming colleague dito, and they will be giving to us a policy evaluation survey. Kasi naman po, yung ating guidelines for the GAD agenda, ini-evaluate din po natin yan siya in its effectivity. Kaya naman po, at this point in time, may I call in my colleague from the PDP Med, Miss Anika Hana Abiog. Anika?
Hi Miss Franz. Maraming salamat sa introduction. Okay ba yung
Welcome.
sounds ko?
Yes, loud and
Ayan.
clear.
Alright, let me just share my screen. Host disabled pala. I cannot share screen. Magandang araw po ulit sa ating mga participants to this webinar, no? So my name po is Anika, and I'm one of the GAD specialists po dito sa PCW, and I am from the Policy Development, Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation Division po, or PDP Med. So just a backgrounder lang po, no? So we all know naman po na si PCW, we are the primary policy making and coordinating body on gender equality and women's empowerment concerns. So we regularly issue po GAD policies to facilitate gender mainstreaming in government and to also promote women's human rights and the pursuit of gender equality in the country. Isa nga po sa mga policy issuance na naisagawa namin is the PCW Memorandum Circular 2018-04 entitled Revised Guidelines for the Preparation of the GAD Agenda. So we have issued this policy po to provide guidelines and procedures sa ating mga ahensya in the formulation, implementation, as well as in the monitoring po and evaluation of your respective GAD agenda. And as was discussed po and highlighted by our resource speakers during this webinar, the GAD agenda po may serve as the basis for the annual formulation of programs and projects na pwede ninyong maisama sa inyong mga annual GAD plans and budgets. So as discussed din nga po in today's webinar, we all know that the GAD agenda is the agency's strategic framework and midterm plan on gender mainstreaming and in achieving women's empowerment and gender equality. So as part po ng aming policy making mandate and to ensure the quality of GAD policies that we are issuing, we would like to respectfully request po all our participants from various government agencies, including local government units and state universities and colleges, to kindly evaluate po the aforementioned issuance in terms of its content, its presentation, and its usefulness by answering po the policy feedback, the PCW policy feedback and evaluation survey, the link of which is posted in the chat box. So ito po ay isang maikling survey lamang po, and it only contains about 9 questions. And we are also providing you a copy of the policy for your reference, which may be accessed through the link posted in the chat box. So have we posted na din ba ito sa ating chat box? Hold on po, I'll be posting lang. Alright, so I'll be posting po later on the link to the policy feedback and evaluation survey as well as the policy issuance for your reference. So may mga nakikita na po akong questions sa ating chat box na kung yung mga taga-LGUs po kailangan pa po ba nilang mag-feedback? Yes po. We are requesting po kindly requesting all our participants na galing po sa government agencies, kabilang na po ang local government units and state universities to kindly answer the evaluation survey form. And just a reminder po na yung mga participants natin from CSOs, NGOs, and private institutions, you may not need po to answer the survey as this may not be applicable to your respective organizations. Yes po, we'll be posting the link in a little while. Yes, thank you very much. And also the policy issuance, the link to the policy issuance. So At this point po, we are giving our participants 5 minutes to answer the short survey, and you may also take a health break po if you like. Also, if this is your first time po to learn about the policy and have not read it previously, we are also extending po the submission of your responses to the policy feedback and evaluation survey form until November 4. And of course, to give you ample time to review the policy issuance and submit your survey response. So ayan po, no, when do we have to submit? If you haven't read po the policy yet, we are giving you ample time to review it. So you can submit po your survey response until November 4. Ayan po, until November 4. So, and we have also duly noted as well po, no, your respective email addresses, and we'll contact you po for follow-ups, just in case, no, we have to contact you po. So, and should you have questions po, no, or clarifications, you may reach us po through the contact information flash on your screen. Ayan po. Maraming salamat po, and may you enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you so much, Anika. Ayan po, the link to our policy evaluation form is already in our chat box. And of course, andun na din po yung memorandum circular natin. So for some of you po na nagtatanong, you can accomplish this until November 4. Pero if kaya naman po na within 5 minutes ma-accomplish nyo yun, lalong-lalo na pag nabasa nyo na po yung ating guidelines, better po na answeran na din po natin para hindi na po natin makalimutan. For this very afternoon, we are honored to have with us a representative from the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and she will be simply sharing to us their experiences and lessons gained, especially in creating their respective GAD agenda. Kaya naman, let us all welcome our agency sharer from BIR, Ms. Maria Cecilia Cifra. Ms. Cecil?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon po.
To our resource persons, Ma'am Nharleen S.Millar, Director Noreen Boots Garagasin, Ms. Milagros Simando, and to all GFPS members and personnel of the national government agencies, regional line agencies, state universities and colleges, GOCCs and other government instrumentalities, and to our Assistant Commissioner of the Human Resource Development Service, Ma'am Maribik Galban, who is also present here in this webinar. Good afternoon. This afternoon, I was tasked to share with you the experience of the BIR on the formulation of its GAD agenda, including the challenges we encountered and good practices and lessons learned. The BIR GAD agenda was formally launched last June 8, 2018 at the Bureau of Treasury in Manila. This happened before the Philippine Commission on Women issued the Memorandum Circular number 2018-04 or the revised guidelines for the preparation of the GAD agenda. We formally launched our GAD agenda last June 8. The journey of crafting our BIR's GAD agenda started way back in 2016 when we accomplished the gender mainstreaming evaluation framework. The result of the GMAT showed that most of our descriptors for the entry points in policy on people, enabling mechanisms, and PAPs were either partially done or not done. So the BIR National Office GFPS system gathered the representatives from the different regions to discuss the policy directions on how to proceed with the implementation of the GAD programs, as well as the gender mainstreaming efforts in the BIR. In here, we found out that the regional offices were having difficulty in formulating the annual GAD plan and budget. However, at that time, we were clueless. We don't have any idea on how to start this journey and how to do it properly. So we decided to engage the consultancy services of Dr. Rowena S. Navera. She is a member of the National GAD Resource Pool of the PCW to guide us on this undertaking. We've known Dr. Navera from the time that PCW recommended her as one of the GAD resource persons for the BIR gender sensitivity trainings in 2015. After several meetings with her, we agreed to organize assemblies to be attended by the National Office and Regional Offices GFPS to formulate the BIR GAD Strategic Framework and GAD Strategic Plan, also known as the GAD Agenda. It took us 5 general assemblies to finalize it. Basically, the development of the BIR GAD agenda was guided by the GMF results from the gender audit conducted by the GFPS in the BIR, from the COA AOMs received by the National Office and Regional Offices, and previously approved GAD plans and budgets, and also feedbacks given by the different stakeholders of the BIR. So as mentioned before, wala pa po yung PCW Memorandum Circular on preparation of the GAD agenda. So these are the steps that we took para magkaroon po kami ng agenda. So first, we organized the planning team. These are composed of the assistant regional directors who are also the GFPS alternate chairpersons and also 2 members of the technical working group. These are the chiefs of the administrative and human resource management division and the chief of the finance division. So kasi po malaki yung agency namin, we have about 22 regional offices, and each regional offices we have 20 to 40 GFPS members. So we only invited 3 GFPS members para manageable po yung team. So they are, nabanggit po kanina, ang nag-compose ng planning team. Then we conducted the gender analysis using the GMF tool. We have Dr. Rowena S. Navera as our speaker. So nag-ikot po kami sa mga regional offices. So each regional offices, ginather namin ng mga GFPS members to capacitate them on how to use the GMF tool. And then we collated the results of the GMF of the national office and the regional offices. And then the next step is we summarize the results based on the client focus and the organization focus activities. After that, we conducted a series of GFPS assemblies. So, mention ko na po kanina na naka-5 assemblies kami bago namin ma-finalize yung GAD agenda namin. So, the first GAD assembly was held in Pampanga last August 2017. The BAR GFPS members from the national and revenue regions 1 to 19 crafted the vision and mission statements. So yung GAD vision that was formulated was the BIR is a gender-responsive tax administration with competent, highly motivated, and empowered professionals. While the mission is to collect taxes through just enforcement of tax laws and delivery of quality and gender-responsive service. We also formulated the 7 strategic directions to guide the GFPS members in coming up with the major programs, projects, and activities. These are first, formulating clear-cut strategic directions. Second, structuring well-defined responsibilities and action. Third, institutionalizing GAD database of sexist aggregated data. Fourth is strengthening the GAD focal point system. Fifth is sharing of gender information among the different stakeholders. Sixth, conducting of gender audit. And the last is capability building on gender and development. During the second and third GAD assembly held in Baguio City and Davao City respectively, we came up with a strategic plan. The Bureau of Internal Revenue's 5-year GAD agenda was presented, discussed with, and approved by the Philippine Commission on Women, represented by Ms. Nharleen Santos-Millar and Ms. Raymond J. Maso during the 4th GAD assembly held in Cabamiro last February 2018. So the last step that we did was to translate our GAD agenda into policy. So we issued the Revenue Memorandum Order number 11/2019 last February 12, 2018. So naka-include na po dito lahat ng assignment ng bawat regional offices, including the national office. This agenda is classified into two areas: the client focus and the organizational focus activities. So each revenue regions, including the national office, were given tasks or assignments para po merong ownership. Next. For the client-focused policies, since our main advocacy is to promote gender and taxation through the inclusion of gender and development in tax laws, the BIR is looking into full mainstreaming of GAD by integrating its principles with all the internal revenue taxes, particularly in value-added tax. This is assigned to National Office and Metro Manila regions. We are also looking into establishing a tax administration facility or tax clinic that will provide extensive gender-responsive assistance, service, and education to taxpayers. There will be a training personnel who will station the clinic. and we are targeting to set up such clinics in places that are accessible like malls. Since part of the clinic's priority targets are mothers and pregnant women who can easily go to BIR offices that aren't within their home's vicinity. This task is assigned to R4 Pampanga. We will also establish a sex disaggregated database or SDD for external clients or stakeholders. Since there exists in BIR a lack of awareness and appreciation for the value of SDD in terms of organizational planning and programming, the objective is to establish and utilize SDD for tracking gender effects to basic services, control of resources, and enjoyment of rights and privileges, as well as promotions and rewards. So we assign this to RR9B Lakimar. For the organizational focus policies, the BIR's objectives is to issue policy on the strict use of gender fair language in all forms of communications, such as revenue issuances. We will also issue policies on the uniform use of survey forms in gathering SDD for both internal and external clients. There will be a developed SDD that will be utilized by the national and regional offices. Eventually, the data gathered from SDD will be used for decision-making, like when formulating GAD plan and budget. In terms of promoting equity and anti-discrimination legislation, we will issue a policy that will ensure that all our employees are given equal opportunity in all core HR systems. In relation to that, when it comes to giving of assignments and transferring employees, we will address the underlying peculiar issues concerning their gender or for solo parents, as well as by considering such cases. So we will revisit existing policies to comply with the Magna Carta of Women. Regarding our Committee on Decorum and Investigation, or CODI, we are looking to create our own gender resource pool, and what comes with it is the strengthening of the said committee. There should be a committee created in national and local agencies, and what we need to do is to enable its members enhance their response or their counseling to victims of sexual harassment and cases of violence against women. And that's one of our ways to avoid the stigma around the victims, to ensure them that they are protected, since they will be scared to report or express the details of the incident they went through. We want to raise awareness among all employees within the BIR, and we can do this through this committee. For the GAD KPI, we will have our own index of success indicators by aligning integrating it with BIR's strategic performance management system, so that it will be fair for the GFPS members who are performing the functions for development, implementation, and evaluation of GAD programs and projects. Everything they do for GAD will reflect on their IPCRs. There will also be policy statements and guidelines to be issued for the utilization of 5 to 10 to 100% of the total budget to implement GAD programs, activities, and projects. We envision to attribute the BIR's major programs and activities and projects to the GAD budget to increase the gender responsiveness of BIR's programs and budget. We will also conduct deepening sessions or capacity building on GAD for officials and employees to determine other issues and concerns toward the development of other interventions. As part of our objective to combat lack of awareness, support, and knowledge of clients in GAD-related programs, projects, and services, we are eyeing to establish GAD corners in all BIR offices. These GAD corners will consist of GAD-related articles, information on GAD-related events, and copy of the approved GAD plan and budget. We'll push to have all members of the top management participate in the GAD strategic planning and in annual GAD planning and budgeting.
Miss Cecil, nawala po yung PowerPoint presentation niyo po.
Ay, sorry po. Wait lang po. Okay, so we will also conduct capacity development for the members of the Bids and Awards Committee, as well as for project proponents and managers. We're also looking to develop knowledge products or management system in our information, education, and communication, or IEC materials. And speaking of the IEC materials, it is our goal to translate in different major dialects such materials from PCW so that it will be more accessible and be understood by a wider scope of our target audience. Due to limited resource persons, we acknowledge that there is a difficulty in regional offices in outsourcing GAD resource speakers who can cater the BIR. So to address that, we are aiming to create an effective BIR GAD resource pool and target that GAD trainers for the Philippine Tax Academy, where gender and development courses will soon be offered. To expand discussions on gender and taxation, we at the BIR want to have our own GAD learning hub where we can gather to talk and learn about GAD. We're looking to get this done by partnering with LGUs that have learning hubs so that we can learn from them the best practices in establishing it. When it comes to gender audit, we will be conducting an assessment or survey for a targeted group to measure the impact of GAD efforts on the lives of BIR employees. It will help determine their needs, what is really happening, and the impact on their lives of the GAD plans and programs we implemented for them. On the issue of lack of recognition for individual offices that exert efforts in embracing the GAD activity, we want to establish policy guidelines on giving awards and incentives to deserving GAD advocates, GAD compliant office, and GAD performance accomplishments. We believe this is one way to encourage and instill our advocacy and people's compliance. The policy guidelines on the establishment of awards and incentive systems will be aligned with the existing revenue memorandum on VIR program on awards and incentives for service excellence or praise. It is essential to assess the status, the progress, and improvement of GAD plans and programs we implement, and we will do that by developing a customized and user-friendly harmonized GAD guidelines checklist specifically for BIR or the finance sector. In addition, we will develop an automated gender mainstreaming evaluation framework or GMEF tool customized for the use of BIR GFPS. Lastly, we are looking forward to become more participative in the local and international GAD-related events. We commit all of this agenda to ensure that the BIR in 5 years will be a gender-responsive agency. Ayan. So how is this agenda useful in our organization's effort in gender mainstreaming? First, it serves as a strategic framework and plan on gender mainstreaming. It serves as guide in identifying the programs and projects to be undertaken by BIR to achieve its goals and outcome. It provided the monitoring and evaluation framework for assessing the results of GAD activities in the annual GAD plan and budget. And it served as guide in the yearly preparation of BIR's GAD plan and budget. It also helped the BIR in accelerating and catalyzing the gender mainstreaming. We want to share with you the progress of implementation of the GAD agenda in the BIR. So far, ito po yung naging accomplishments namin since 2019. So, first, 19 GFPS from region number 1, Calasiao, became the first members of the BIR GAD Resource Pool. They were trained and mentored by Dr. Rowena S. Navera. Region number 2, Cordillera Administrative Region, came up with the proposed administrative disciplinary rules on sexual harassment. And to orient the newly hired employees in the BIR, we developed the two courses, Introduction to GAD, as well as the Gender-Based Violence course, to raise the level of awareness of the BIR employees on anti-violence against women and children. We also developed the BIR HEDG checklist through the help of Ms. Jean Francis Ilio. We already submitted the comments to PCW and NEDA, and we are now waiting for the comments from NEDA before we launch this HEDG checklist. RR number 11, Iloilo, has already signed a partnership with the UGSAD Gender Resource Network. Region number 12, Bacolod, submitted a proposal for the issuance of policy statements, mechanisms, and guidelines for the attribution of 5 to 100% of GAD budget. And region number 19, Davao, they have developed a monitoring and evaluation mechanism and will be piloted in 2 revenue regional offices this last quarter of 2022. They partnered with the Development Academy of the Philippines in doing the monitoring and evaluation mechanism. Region number 14, Eastern Visayas region, they have developed the automated GMF already. The system was developed by a GFPS member. So we did not hire any IT personnel. There's an ongoing development of an online tax clinic. This is assigned to region number 4, Pampanga, and Learning Hub. So kanina I mentioned that we will establish a physical tax clinic. However, because of the pandemic, nag-shift kami sa online tax clinic instead. Also, GAD-related information were already incorporated in the employee satisfaction survey, and this will be implemented in 2023. So, yun po yung naging accomplishment namin sa GAD agenda. Hindi po naging madali yung journey namin from development to implementation. And marami po kami naging problema and challenges and na-experience at tuloy-tuloy na na-experience. So first po, yung challenge na na-encounter namin is yung movement ng GFPS members from one office to another. So yung mga officials po kasi namin, nagta-transfer po siya from one regional offices to another. So every year, every transfer, we have to reconstitute the GFPS. And we also need to capacitate them and orient them. Also, another challenge yung COVID-19 pandemic. So pagdating ng COVID-19, lahat po yung mga implementation ng GAD activities, especially sa mga trainings na hindi po allowed yung face-to-face. And then, because of the pandemic, the government realigned its budget to health-related programs. So insufficient po yung budget. And also, we received COA AOMs whether the budget has been utilized or not. And for the new members of the GFPS, they lack theoretical and technical skills about gender. So every time na may new members, we have to capacitate them. And also yung how to sustain the commitment of some GFPS members. So ano naman po yung mga lessons learned in implementing the GAD agenda. So in the process of implementation, natutunan namin na i-document po lahat ng ginagawa from policies to processes and to mechanisms. We also collaborate. There's also collaboration and coordination between the national office and regional GFPS members. So every time na magkaroon po ng issue ang mga regional officers sa pag-implement ng GAD agenda nila, they have to coordinate with the national office. We also call their attention kung hindi nila na-implement yung GAD agenda na assigned po sa kanila. So ito naman po yung good practices na ginagawa namin na I think na pwede rin pong implement ng mga ibang agencies. So na-mention ko po kanina na naglilipatan po yung mga officials. So yung membership po ng GFPS should be based on positions, not on names. So kung sino man po yung maging for example, regional director or assistant regional director o chief ng isang division, automatically siya po ay member ng GFPS. And we also we have prepared separate project procurement management plan for GAD. And we also integrate the GAD key performance indicators in the OPCR and IPCR of the GFPS members, so that the activities that the GFPS perform are reflected. And we institutionalize the function of the GAD program implementation in specific office. In case po sa BIR, in 2009 po kasi, dati po nakalodge po siya sa Medical, Dental, and Welfare Division. Nang nagkaroon po ng nationalization, nag-dissolve po yung division, na-transfer po siya sa Training Management Division. So nakalodge po sa isang section namin yung function ng GAD. So merong office na nag-implement at nagmamonitor. Yung counterpart po naman sa regional office is yung Administrative and Human Resource Development, Administrative and Human Resource Management Division. So para po alam sino yung point person, sino yung office na dapat mag-implement para tuloy-tuloy po yung gender mainstreaming sa BIR. We also conduct regular meetings, GFPS meetings, and also may mga regional offices po kami na very active po sila sa implementation ng GAD nila. Nakikipag-tie up po sila sa LGU to implement GAD activities. And also yung mga pong agencies or regional offices, now very active, we recognize their efforts. So yung mga tinatawag po namin silang God addicts. So yan, nare-recognize po sila, binibigyan po namin sila ng commendation and awards. Helpful tips naman po. So yung recommendation lang po namin is to include po yung God-related topics sa regional staff meetings. And also get the full support of the top management. Sa BIR po, napaka-supportive ng top management namin kasi they allow employees to actively participate in GAD activities. And they also immediately sign documents regarding GAD. We also involve the finance team, the Bids and Awards Committee in the development and implementation and evaluation of the GAD PAPs. And also, we utilize the GFPS members' experience and expertise. So kanina po na-mention ko na yung automated GMF po namin was developed by GFPS members instead of hiring, na-utilize po yung mga talents ng GFPS members. So let's take a look back of what happened during the launching ng BIR GAD agenda. This was attended by the GFPS members from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and by our Commissioner, Cesar Dulay, with the Department of Finance and government agencies under it. We also held the awarding ceremony for our GAD logo and tagline contest during this event.
Since marami na din po ako nasabi, in-expound ko na nga po yung sharing ni Ms. Cecil. So baka naman po may mga katanungan pa kayo. Kasi ngayon, we will be opening the floor for our open forum. And bago po tayo dumako doon, may I request our resource persons, andito pa ba po sila? Si Director Nharleen, si Director Mila, and si Ms. Nharleen po. And of course, our agency sharer, we would like to request our technical team to pin and spotlight our resource person and our sharer for our open forum. Some of these questions po ay nakuha namin sa Q&A tab, and isa-isa po nilang sasagutin yan mamaya. So, okay, so while we are at it, may I request na the first question kung para kanino ang question na ito? And ayan, so kung may mga pahabol pa kasi baka hindi namin nakuha, i-type nyo lang kasi while we are ongoing yung discussion natin, meron naman din pong magsasagot if ever hindi na kailangan sagutin ng live. Ayun. So, andito na din po si Director Nharleen. So, kompleto na po ang ating agency sharer at resource persons. So, ayan, mukhang maraming tanong sige, simulan natin ng isa. Yan. We have our question number 1. Kaninong agency kaya to? Nagtatanong siya, advanced question for identifying GAD agenda. Our Finance and Admin Chief has consistently proposed inclusion of advocacy for GAD-related laws, senior citizens, and PWDs, with the activities specifically only for senior citizens or PWDs. Their reasoning is that our COA has long ago required its inclusion. Is this a valid rationale given program contribution, and would you have a recommended action or response with how this can be done? Yon. Sino po yung sasagot sa ating resource persons? Valid daw po ba yung claim nila na yon? And paano nga ba siya gagawin? May recommend daw po ba tayo na action or response? Director Nharleen?
I sort of recall na parang there's, Nharleen, I'm not sure, pero parang na-recall ko there's an issue once. Hindi ko maalala lang, I cannot remember right now. That meron ngang sinasabi na ganyan, na very specific, na you may charge expenses for senior citizens and PWDs attributable to GAD budget. May ganon. But of course, kung hindi natin makita yung issuance na yun, pwede naman talaga i-attribute so long as we will be able to identify the gender issues, and we do that by gender analysis kasi sabi naman natin there are intersectionalities of issues. So women who are actually senior citizens and persons with disabilities may experience various discrimination. So pwede naman po tingnan from that angle. So kung valid rationale, yes, from that angle.
Yon. Valid. Miss Nars, may dadagdag ka po ba or okay na?
Actually, what Director Nharleen said is really on point, no? We always go back to the issue, to the gender issue, because as she mentioned, yung intersectionality, we look at that, diba? Yung mga different layers of marginalization experienced by people. But then again, at the level, for example, of senior citizen, ano ba yung gender issue experienced by female and male senior citizen? Is there a disparity? So not just because it's mentioned in the law, that's automatically a GAD attributable program. We still need to surface the differential issues, no, experienced by this group of people. So babalik pa rin tayo dun sa ano ba yung gender issue na sasagutin nung proposed program, which could be an advocacy program, no? So sa inyo yan, ibabalik sa inyo yan. I think when you ask this, for example, to PCW for technical assistance, ibabalik namin sa inyo. Ano po ba yung gender issue na sasagutin ng advocacy program? And if you can clearly state that and you base that on the results of gender analysis, then that could be included. Hindi naman po natin pipilitin na wag i-include, no, kung may enough na evidence and basis tayo for inclusion. So yun lang naman lagi ang process natin sa gender programming.
Ayun. So thank you Miss Nars and Director Nharleen. So sana nasagot po yung question na to. Kung may basis naman, especially kung nasa gender analysis data nyo naman, pwede daw. Yun. So next question is, should attached agencies also have their own GAD agenda apart from the department GAD agenda? Ito yung tanong ng mga nasa regional offices.
Ako na lang sasagot para
Yes,
mabilis
Ms.
lang.
Niles.
Yes. If you are an attached agency, ang attached agency natin dito ibig sabihin ay stand-alone agency. For example, you are an attached agency of DOJ, you are NBI, you are the Bureau of Immigration, then you have your own GAD agenda na separate from the Department of Justice. Same with, for example, your ang agency ay the ILG, kunyari. Ang attached agency niya, PNP. Meron siyang separate GAD agenda as PNP. So kasi may separate GAD agenda dapat yung attached agency na stand-alone. Pero kung mga bureaus under the department, doon sila naka-align sa department. Pero may mga, ang pag sinabing bureau, ito yung bureau under the OSEC, no? Hindi siya yung bureau na stand-alone din. So ganun ang niyan, ang interpretation natin. Separate ang GAD agenda ng isang attached agency kung naka-stand-alone siya sa sa major department where they are attached. So yun, Francis.
Thank you, Ms. Nars. Next question, please. Ayan. Is GAD vision different from agency's vision? Yan, Director Nharleen.
Based on the various configurations na nakita namin, ang ideal dyan, ang best practice talaga, yung GAD vision mo ought to be the agency vision ought to have that GAD perspective. Naka-mainstream na din sana. It's just that sometimes, and there have been some agencies na nakita natin na there is an accompanying GAD vision kasi ang sense nga ng mga GAD focal point system members ay hindi masyadong nailutang doon sa agency vision. So that's my answer. Plus, ang GAD, kung magkakaroon sila ng accompanying or separate GAD vision, the GAD vision ought to be aligned sa agency vision because at the end of the day, the GAD vision has to deliver the business outcomes of the organization.
Yan. Thank you so much. On point yung sagot ni Director Nharleen. Yan. Next, we have the next question. During our college strategic planning, I requested that one of the college strategic goal should be about gender and development. However, One of the officers insisted that God should not be part of the college strategic goal, but instead it should be mainstreamed in all function of the college. She said that God will only be reflected in the OPCR or IPCR of each department. Is this the right line of thinking in mainstreaming? If not, how can we convince the management that God goals should be incorporated in the college strategic plan? Sino po yung gustong sumagot?
Maybe si RD Mila.
RD Mila.
Binabasa niya pa yung question.
Ang haba daw po kasi ng
Haba eh.
tanong.
Actually, yung sagot dyan, I think, is similar to what Director Noreen articulated kanina, di ba? Na dapat pinakamag-ideal pa rin na mainstream yung gender doon sa God vision, sa God mission, the entire God, teka, nawala siya. Sa entire God Central Agency Program and Plans. Yun yung ideal. Hindi yung parang may additional goal ka or additional objectives. Hindi dapat ganon. There's something else here. It's about yung God will only be reflected in the OPCR, IPCR of each department. That I don't understand. Kasi kung naka-mainstream, it should be the God should be reflected in the main kwan, di ba? OPCR, IPCR, at hindi siya para nakahiwalay doon sa concern sa God. Kasi mainstream nga, di ba? When we say mainstream, hindi lang naman doon dapat sa 5% of the budget which implement some only of the programs, projects of the agency. Pero dapat nga sana lahat 100%. So it should be mainstream talaga. It's the same explanation given by Director Noreen actually.
Oh, yun. So dapat mainstream pa din sa lahat. And
Maybe
next
Director
question.
Noreen can add her
baka
thoughts
may
on this. Thank you,
idadagdag.
RD Mila. Maganda po yung sagot niyo.
Oo. Ganito yan. Para tayong nandoon sa punto ng trying to find a reasonable configuration. One configuration would be pag na-streamline mo na-engender mo na yung program, the output itself, yung sinasabi ni Director Mila, mainstream na yung gender program o ganun. On the other hand, you find naman outputs na talagang naka-gender focus. So, for instance, sasabihin natin na you have to do some trainings on gender, di ba? Pero, actually, ang katotohanan din doon, there has to be, sabi nga doon sa God planning and budgeting natin, may MFO, may major, hindi na pala MFO ang tawag no, or may carousel areas MFO, nakalalagyan noon. There is always a link to the mga proxy indicators natin, MFO, KRAs. So parang yun nga, yung sagot ay hindi siya talaga titingnan as separate. Mukhang lutang, kasi sasabihin hindi lutang kasi kailangan ng special focus ba term? There's a focus. Yes. But other than that, it would have been good that we have integrated gender perspectives into specific outputs. Kasi in a year, output talaga yung nire-rate natin sa OPCR and IPCR. Hindi pa natin masyadong makita yung outcomes or yung results.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I think let me just add from the perspective of PCW. Actually, kami sa PCW, yung pag-introduce ng GAD agenda, GAD plan, separate GAD plan and budget, this is supposed to be a start-up. Yung pag-prepare ng separate GAD plan, which at least 5%, ang intent talaga nito is to influence the 95% na eventually dapat the whole budget, the whole agency plan, annual plan, is gender responsive through the strategy called gender mainstreaming, no? Pero since hindi pa nga tayo sanay, no, hindi tayo pa maalam masyado mag-mainstream or mag-articulate ng paano ba ipapasok ang gender element sa ating mga vision and mission, nag-create tayo ng separate document, no? Pero the intent really is to make your mainstream strat plan, yung current agency strat plan ninyo, no? gender responsive. So ipapasok na natin talaga yung GAD elements doon. So kayo pong mga nakikinig ngayon, dahil nakinig kayong mabuti kay Director Min at saka Director Norin, kung paano gumawa ng strat plan at saka strat framework, pag gumawa na kayo ng strategic framework ng agency nyo, kuhanin nyo na yung mga core messages na sinabi nila and try to integrate them in the vision, mission, goal statement, in the targeting that you will do for your strategic plan. So that eventually, you will say na naka-mainstream yung namin, GAD agenda sa strategic plan. Pero, there should be very clear indicator kung paano nyo mahahanap yun, ha? Yung hindi pwedeng sabihin nyo lang, kasi may mention kami ng women sa aming strategic plan, yun na yun. So, you also have to locate kung saan talaga papasok yung mga GAD indicators doon sa inyong strategic plan. So eventually, ang dream talaga natin, walang separate document, but to really mainstream gender perspective in our mainstream programs and mainstream planning process. So yun yung intent talaga.
Yan. Thank you so much, Ms. Nars. Director, may i-add ka pa po, Director Nharleen? Okay po.
Maganda siguro magbigay ng example. Ang isang example na talagang ito makita natin, no, yung sinasabi na dapat may separate GAD goal is, for instance, in the case of training, so ang entry point natin, people, kung talagang hindi nakita sa GMF, nag-assess tayo, wala talagang may nakakaalam, bago pa lang tayo, talagang makakapaglagay ka na GAD goal na enhanced gender competency or gender awareness competency, yung mga ganon. Pwede mong ilagay yan. Pwede mong sabihin, that's your GAD goal. On the other hand, kapag ang level na natin, we have learned how to mainstream, doon mo na lang ilalagay sa capacity development under the HRD. But be sure lang, doon makikita mo, ma-identify mo, either you have integrated it, yung gender dimensions in the onboarding, you have probably a separate gender sensitivity training for the new entrants. So naka-mainstream na siya at hindi mo na makikita ng lutang na GAD goal or objective or activity, but it's already in the HRD. So na-mainstream mo na and gendered na siya.
Yan. Thank you so much, Director Nharleen, Director Mila, and Ms. Nars. So, sana clear na po yon. Nagbigay na pa sila ng example. Next question po is, meron po bang specific template for monitoring of GAD PAPs? Director Mila, baka may...
Yeah. Sorry. As we mentioned earlier, we do monitoring, continuous ang monitoring ng ang work of monitoring evaluation throughout the implementation of any PPA. And of course, meron tayong output like for example, every year meron tayong monitoring report on the GAD plan and budget commitments, di ba? And that is your GAD accomplishment report. But aside from that, if we're now talking of the strategic na plan, which is the GAD agenda, you have the monitoring requirements, which are the end of 3-year progress report, at saka end of term, which is after 6 years na evaluation report. So these are basically the 3 tools and with templates for the monitoring of GAD PPAs.
Yan. Thank you so much, Director Mila. Next, we have next question po. Would it not be that GAD agenda shall be organization-wide of its PAPs so that this would be inclusively implemented? Seemingly, BIR had them by RR. Sino po yung sasagot?
Maybe BIR?
Miss Cecil?
Yes po, organization-wide po yung pag-implement ng PAPs. So we have regular GAD activities na common po for all, for national office and regional offices. And we have specific assignments for each regional offices. So para po may ownership at makita rin po, monitor din po ni National Office. And kung ano po yung activities or assigned task nila, dapat po may laging naka-coordinate sa National Office.
Yun. Thank you so much, Miss Cecil. And yun, learning din from BIR kasi sila na po yung may ganyang example na ginawa nila. And next question po. The journey of BIR is so inspiring. So this is directed to you, Miss Cecil. Kindly share, especially the GFPS is strengthening. How were you able to do it? Especially for agencies that undergo physical transfer and the non-interest of the GFPS. Isa po to sa na-mention niyo po kanina na naging challenge niyo, but eventually may nagawa po kayo. So baka you can share more of it po, Miss Cecil?
So kanina po na-mention ko na nagta-transfer yung mga officials namin, yung mga sa iba't ibang regional offices. So isa po yun sa naging siguro strength namin is yung pag-assign bilang member ng GFPS is based on positions. So kahit po matransfer siya, kung siya po ay na-assign as chief ng finance division or chief ng isang division, basta po siya yung nag-hold ng position na yun, automatically siya po yung member ng GFPS. So regardless po kung sino po yung maging official. And pagka kasi po na-assign sila, automatically dapat po yung mga members din ng particular office na yun, ino-orient po kung sino man yung mag-handle na ng position na yun para po continuous pa rin yung pag-implement ng programs, ng GAD programs and activities.
Thank you so much, Miss Cecil. Well said po. So ayun, tandaan po natin yon na iangkla sa position, not on the name, para tuloy-tuloy po, may sustainability. Next question po is, what office po in BIR implements GAD? May plantilla position po ba or multitasking? Sa'yo pa din po to, Miss Cecil.
Ma'am, wala po kaming plantilla position for GAD. But currently, naka-lodge po siya sa office po namin dito sa Training Management Division. And yung section ko po yung responsible sa pag-implement ng GAD activities dito sa National Office. So yung counterpart ko po sa regional offices, yung mga chiefs ng Administrative and Human Resource Development Management Division. So multitasking po rin yung ginagawa namin. Kasi aside sa regular activities, regular function, meron pa rin po kaming GAD function.
Yan. Nakaakibat pa din. So, namumultitasking po talaga. Walang specific na position. Yan. So, thank you for that. Next question is it recommended to rotate the chairmanship of the technical working group? Every other year, the current chair requests to be relieved of their duty. On every other year. Sino po kaya pwede sumagot? Ay, Miss Narls.
Ako na lang. Actually, yes, I already answered this, no, sa kanina, tinype ko. Tsaka we use chairperson po, not chairmanship. We have to use gender-sensitive language. Parang ang ideally, same with the BIR, no, the agency should designate the members of the GAD focal point by position. So whoever holds the position should be the one designated, no. If the agency needs to restructure the GAD focal point by request, of course, probably of one of its members, then the agency may do so by issuing a new policy on the restructuring of the GAD focal point system by changing, no, kung sino man yung magiging TWG chair. So, but it's up to the head of the agency to do that. So, siguro with the valid reason naman kung bakit siya magpapa-relieve, the head of agency may agree to restructure the GAD focal point system depending on the need and depending on kung may na-issue bagong policies yung mga oversight agencies, pwede naman po yung gawin. Pero yun lang, bakit ba magpapa-relieve? Kasi hindi niya ba gusto? Hindi niya ba naiintindihan yung function niya? So, kailangan din kasi, di ba sabi nga ni Director Mila, we identify champions. So, kailangan yung mga champions na members ng mechanism are really championing GAD perspective, no? Medyo mahirap talaga kapag ayaw mo sa ginagawa mo. Kailangan talaga meron tayong mga champions that will really push the envelope further. Kasi hindi naman talaga madaling mag-mainstream ng GAD. And it's really an additional work, ika nga ng mga GAD focal point, no? Kasi wala namang plantilla position for this. And let me just segue this, no? Para sa information ng lahat. Marami kasi nagtatanong, hindi daw ba mag-a-advocate ang PCW at CSC ng plantilla position for GAD? For the information of everyone, the PCW already drafted an executive order na sinabit namin sa Office of the President. Kay President Duterte pa ito na nagke-create ng plantilla position for a GAD coordinator for every agency. And the executive order was forwarded to the DBM for review. But unfortunately, the DBM said that this will entail costs